2024. Good evening. It's 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, August 7th, 2024, and this regular meeting of the Sandpoint City Council is now called to order in council chambers at 1123 West Lake Street, Sandpoint, Idaho. For the record, I'm Mayor Jeremy Grimm, presiding. Also present are Council President Deb Rule, Councilors Joe Espiro, Justin Dick, Kyle Schreiber, Pam Duquette, and Rick Howarth. Under the city's adopted code of ethics and civility, as the presiding officer, I'm to identify law enforcement personnel in the room who will be serving tonight as our Sergeant of Arms. Tonight we have Police Chief Corey Kuhn in the rear. If everyone please stand, we'll recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just a note for those in attendance tonight, we worked through a budget process. I did listen to the KFRY interview with Better Together and Animal Alliance today. Just so you understand, we all want your feedback and commentary on things you're passionate about and care about. The process, though, last council meeting was our capital improvement. It's really a chance for the council to hear those projects and the budget amounts. Tonight, we will be going through the department presentations of their budgets. August 21st is when we have a public hearing where we desire and want to hear your feedback on the actual budget. So if you are here tonight to express your passion or perspective on service levels and other things, I'll certainly want you to speak. If you can just kind of keep it to your overall general, I'm supportive of. We just want to stay away from mixing the public hearing of the actual budget where your specific comments about dollar amounts are very important and go into that hearing versus general public forum. So if you have any questions, feel free if you come up, but just wanted to start with that. Moving forward, just a couple of announcements I have. You'll see one, the dirt patcher is out. Hopefully you'll all experience smoother streets out there thanks to Chet and the street crew for getting that thing up and running and fixing some of our streets and making them a little smoother. Residents who travel on Fur, you'll see a project start ramping up there in the next couple weeks. That First Street from Division East, most of that is going to be rebuilt, repaved, and reconditioned. So working on that one. For the council and the public tonight, we are honored to have Samantha in the background here. Samantha's at the back table. Thanks, Sam, for standing up. Samantha is one of our finalists for the Public Works Director position. We spent the day touring around town. She got to see the water plant, the wastewater plant, city shop, and got to be interviewed. It's been a long day for her, but appreciate you being here, Samantha, and look forward to potentially having you on here at City Hall as our Public Works Director. Beyond that, just a big shout out to the festival and everyone who supported that. As far as I know, it went off without a hitch. I know it takes a lot of effort and it's a wonderful addition to our community. So thanks everyone who makes that happen, including our police officers and public safety and EMS folks who are out there protecting and serving us. With that, do council members have any announcements at this time? Hearing none. Looks like we may have a representative from Spot Bus here to present something to us. I don't know why. Hi there. I'm well, thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to be here.
Thanks for coming.
No, we really appreciate it. It's wonderful.
And if you could just make sure you hit the microphone close to you so people can hear you. Perfect.
There we go. Is that better?
Perfect.
Thank you so much. Okay. I think I might hand these out really quick, just because they might be kind of small to see up on the screen.
Sure.
Really quick. Okay. Oh, nice. Thank you. Okay, so I have to share.
Melissa will switch you over and
Yeah.
don't feel rushed. We're gonna be here for at least 5 hours, so.
Well, I figure I was told that I get like 10 minutes.
Yeah,
And
I
so
mean-
I'm prepared to run through everybody's questions that
Sure,
quick.
sure.
So
Sure.
it might be fast and you may not be able to hear my enunciation very well, but I will do the best I can.
Melissa will get your screen shared over there in a second, and I think you'll be off and running.
Do that. Oops. Nice. Okay, I should go full screen. Or not. There, maybe it'll pop up there. Ooh. Is that better? Ah, alrighty. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, councilors. My name is Donna Griffin. I'm the executive director for Spot Bus. Speaking of the festival, picture from last year, but we provided just under 3,000 or 3,900 rides this year for the festival. So that was pretty impressive. Up from 2 years ago, about 2,900. Last year was our big one, more like 5,000 rides. So that was kind of a fun a week of events for us. We have many questions that have been answered, so I'm going to try to cram them all into these 5 slides. So slow me down if you need some more information on them. I can provide the slide presentation after if you all want it. There's some numbers in here and some things that have been requested again. So basically, to just start off, Spot Bus is a sub-jurisdiction of all the partners for the JPA. And so that's Dover, Kootenai, Sandpoint, and Pend Oreille for Bonner County. Then Boundary County includes Moyer Springs, Bonners Ferry, Boundary County. And so we're a sub-jurisdiction. We're not a nonprofit. That seems to come up as a question. So we're going to put that out there. And that JPA started back in 2011 when they anticipated 500 rides a month. You'll see in our presentation, we're about 152,000 rides a year, which is pretty impressive. So we're going to get to that point. Okay. So this is a really quick overview. I know many of you are very familiar with us. You see us all over the place. So another point of clarification is that we are 3 kind of distinct operations. Okay. So we do have Schweitzer Mountain. You can see that on our map. We already go all the way up to Boundary County into Moyer Springs, Bonners Ferry, and then south we go to Dover, Sandpoint, Kootenai, and Pend Oreille. So again, the Bonner County services are 2 fixed routes, those 44 locations, 79 stops an hour. Basically get on and go. Because of that service, we also have to provide demand paratransit, which is outside that parameter that you see of the yellow. We go 3/4 of a mile. We're required to go out for that service area for that. And that's a curb to curb service. For that service, riders have to qualify, and they are qualified because they cannot use or have very limited access to that fixed route. Okay, so to clarify, that fixed route is those maps that I just passed out. That's our old schedule. We do have a new schedule up on the website. We're getting those published, just to be clear. But again, we have to have that paratransit piece of it. And it is larger. Schweitzer Mountain is also part of that fixed route. They are a standalone, their own little thing. They pay for everything of their own. They are another distinct service that feeds into the service for Spot Bus. And that's simply the way it is. Boundary County is also that North County. We're in Bonner County and Boundary County. Boundary County is exactly what it says it is. It's a demand service up there. They do bring people to Pend Oreille and Sandpoint every Thursday. So 9 people maximum. Wheelchairs, people come along. They come down here to go to cardiac rehab, to go to restaurants, to go to Home Depot, to the beach, to the library, to all the different places that they do not have access to up in Boundary County. And again, that is not anything that is in this budget for Bonner County. That is all Boundary County taken care of with that. Okay. Any questions on sort of that area of service? Sweet. We'll go. Okay. Next one. We've come a long way. I mentioned earlier, there was a study done back in 2009 and 10 when all this came together. Mayor Curlis, City of Dover, started all of this. Wanted to make sure that the residents in that area had access to the places in Sandpoint and weren't basically not having any access at all. That's where it started. They came up with grant funding for a bus. Then they decided, oh, great, we have a bus. We have nothing to operate with. So they got the funding for the operation piece. Pend Oreille chipped in. They got a group together, went door to door, called Cycles, because we cannot do any lobbying type things. We're FTA funded. So the cycles group went out and they got that bed and option tax passed because their community wanted to get their 30% poverty rate out of that 30% poverty rate. That came on, Sandpoint went, whoa, cool deal. We're going to get on. So this is our ridership a little bit. We've come a long way. We were expecting 500 rides a month. We ended up with that first 6 months at 22,000 rides. And it's gone from there. At the height of some of the fixed route rides, we hit that 2019 time, 2020 time before COVID hit. We were at 88,000 rides just on fixed routes and para routes in Bonner County. That did not count any of the Schweitzer rides. So then you fast forward and you kind of see those fluctuations. We increased that 30,000 in 2019 all the way up to 152,000 last year. We expect to go 153,000 or more this year. So stay tuned on that one. Let me see if there's anything else on that I need to. Ooh, hit them all. Doing good. Okay, this is that slide that I passed out to y'all. We were also asked by several jurisdictions, Pend Oreille included, to include percentages of boardings on our fixed routes. So that is what those colored slides are. That is broke out 2022, 2023, and now 2024. So we're only 7 months into it, right? Per jurisdiction, who has had the riders get on the bus in their places. We do not, just to clarify, we have no way to track off boardings. We don't have a way to track where they get off at. Most of the time when they get off somewhere, they're going to get back on in that place to return to their place though. So you can kind of read into it a little bit. Okay, so Dover, 0.9%. And they're still saying at that 0.9, 0.8%. Kootenai, they're at that 7.1, 6.1. Their ridership's coming up a little bit. We've added a stopover on McGee Road, but just for services to get to the VA area over there. Pend Oreille is about 32, 33%. When you factor in some of the, again, those boardings, and people ask about, well, what about Walmart? You know, Pend Oreille, everybody's going there. Not necessarily the case, again, because we're tracking where they're boarding, not necessarily. So if they're going there, they're getting back on there. Sandpoint is about 60%. Okay, down to the next one. So we're a little archaic in the way we can track numbers. So these numbers might be a little bit off because it's me going through each paratransit ride and going, you're going to Kootenai, you're going to Sandpoint, you're going, and doing a hand figuring. That's why we only have May and June in there, because it was a long, or as it was, more than all the rides that we have. 1,289 over two month period. Those rides go up, and keep in mind, those are those paratransit rides. Those are those ones who cannot get to the fixed routes, but we're required to offer that service. We run that service 5 days a week between basically 8 and 3 in the afternoon.
Can I interrupt for a
Yes.
second? Is it safe to assume that you would understand where those disembarkments occur on those paratransits as well? Where
Yes.
they're getting off?
They're
And
getting on and off. That's the same thing.
It's
Those
safe-
are the boardings. Pardon me.
Is it safe to assume that a lot of those are coming in from medical services or related services around the hospital? And
Mr. Mayor, so we actually started to track that, and there's not quite as many as we thought. And we are still diving into some of those numbers, because we'll get into some of our options that we're talking about. We're talking about talking to some of the retirement living places. They have their vans, but we're providing an awful lot of those services, right? Same with the hospitals. Maybe when they're, and I've suggested Boundary County and any of the hospitals here, we need to get the word out, please. When you are writing for grants for fantastic programs, if you put in a transportation component to it, we can help you with that. And that helps with some of that offset of that. And again, this is all very preliminary stages, and I'll explain why in just a minute. But very good question. Thank you.
sorry.
Do I
Go
count?
ahead, go ahead, unless someone else has one.
I'm sorry?
Go
Okay,
ahead,
great,
unless someone
perfect.
else has a question.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. I knew you would probably direct me a question. Sorry. All right. So the next column over, we also had a request to talk about who's riding the buses. And at first this is actually a very interesting set of numbers. Okay. So this is, again, just this year up to July. We are at 35. Okay. Mileage, super high on our buses, right? Total passengers, 35,000 for Bonner County fixed route. This is just those blue and green buses running around town. Our senior population is at about 5,000 rides. Our disabled population on that set is about 1,500. The really kind of nice thing that I like on this is that 24,000 general public. And quite frankly, those are those people we're sort of after. We want them to make it that it's a really cool thing to get on the bus and ride rather than, my car's in the shop. I guess I have to go catch the spot bus and wait and all those excuse type things. So that's really encouraging, is that 24,000. And then our youth, our kids, they're coming in and they're going to the schools. Yes, they could ride the school bus. Yes. However, they're getting there a little bit sooner, and not quite so around on the Pine Street Loop, for instance, coming from Dover, or going to places out in Kootenai that they don't have to go first. So they're able to catch those buses to come into town. That's upping our youth ridership. And also when you get that, well, I can get into the things that happen on the bus. To have those kids on the bus and the middle-aged population, it excites those seniors and those disabled people that they have those times. And it's kind of that well-being piece of being on the bus and being part of that community. So I'll go back to my thing. That's my little plug. Paratransit. So again, this is our curb to curb people. Total passengers, 4,200, right? 2,800 of them are seniors, and 1,000 of them are 1,068 are disabled. That general public piece of it, we also, with that paratransit piece, we ask people to come bring helpers, PCAs, personal care attendants, if they have to have it to get on and off the bus. We are so strapped with our rides right now that we don't have time, and nor are drivers trained to be offloading people or offloading things and getting them into buildings and getting them, making sure they're situated in their homes, that they're remembered all their cane and their everything that's going along with it. So that general public piece is going to be those 200 PCAs. People actually also go with them. We have a couple of clients that they just bring their kids, older kids with them, because they do need that help. And they also make it where we're going to go to the movie theater as well. We're going to go down to the Panda. We're going to go to these places and go and enjoy. McDuff's is another one that they go to. So all those different places. So a little bit of additional notes below. We were asked to kind of provide a little bit of information. I had mentioned this, some of the population pieces. So Idaho is a median age of 37.5 years old. Bonner County is 48.3 years old. Sandpoint's 42.4. We are not on the young spectrum of things, is the point of all of this. And we're having this ridership that is actually a little bit older and actually kind of enjoying that opportunity to have these options and moving here for that option. Dover is a little bit older, even 47.6. Our Schweitzer senior rides, when we're running those heavy January, March, those real heavy months when we're getting those 22,000 rides up there, our senior rides are 4,600 a month as well, factored into those. So that's our ridership piece. We also saw that article about the fastest rural growing populations in these parts of the woods, right? Dover and Moyer Springs were the biggest. Was kind of interesting. I think we got all those. Okay. Creating opportunities. This is the way we kind of look at it, is we have all kinds of opportunities out there. So we came to you, I know we're late in the game. We came to you last year. We requested 95,000. We received 85,000, for which we're very grateful for that. And so in that presentation, we explained that we also at that time asked to prepare for 110,000. We've been subsidizing this. We had $1.1 million about 4.5 years ago. We never came to the cities for any of those increases until last year, understanding that we had to start getting caught up again. So CARES was basically taking care of our fuel and our pay on our buses. That will run out next year based on these rates. So again, that's kind of explained there. Requested 95,000, received 85, requested 110 last year. We also did get in on the game early. The former group asked us to follow some specific rules. We stayed with it, but now we're all of a sudden going, wait, whoa, we're kind of behind it. So I apologize for the lateness. But this is why we're here, just presenting this information. And again, we'll see that we're asking still for the 110,000 plus what we did not ask for, but we need really is another $30,000 for our capital projects. Those are funding some of those new buses. And we'll get into some of that frequently asked questions piece with how high our mileage is on our buses and those things that are going, that we're working with. So the other part of that, a question came up is, okay, so yeah, green route's running behind. How do I know what's going on with it? Get on the Spot Bus website. We have a live map tracker. It's kind of cool. It shows where the blue route and the green route go. Quite frankly, Green Route is running about every 6 hours. It's running an hour behind. We are that hit that hard going across. You'll see on your maps, it goes all the way from Dover, all the way out to Kootenai Ponderay. We've tried some rerouting pieces. It helped, but it's not working. We're basically running that one an hour and 20-minute route and an hour. And so, and we're not hitting it, obviously, because we're running late. So this is getting to the tracking piece of it, promotion pieces. So other parts that we're having some really great success with is our local radio station, Mountain Sky Broadcasting. They broadcast 252 ads a month for us. You'll hear them spots, sometimes for drivers, sometimes for like promoting the spot bus, sometimes going places. That helps us out. That is live match, $7,800 up front. It's not taken off the outsides of things. We also have some Disney people here who I know that they're showing up to help us out. They have also helped us out incredibly because by them having 3 of their staff here once a week for 2.5 hours, they are providing match upfront against operations to the tune of about $5,250 a year. So that's really live. That's $12,000 in match right there that we're not having to ask for from the constituents. Okay. So we also received 2 free buses, and they were really free. They came from Trans4 down in Twin Falls. We got word of them. We snapped them up. 2017 buses, brought them up here, put paint on them, made sure the steering was good, the wheels were good, all the different things on them. Basically to the tune of about $12,000, very little. So we got on those, we got in their little nice little paratransit buses for us. Those right now we're paying $136,000 per bus to get those for free at that rate. And they're just really nice little buses. Amazing. So that was kind of a fun thing that got to take advantage of. We were asked before, how much funding do you get? And state was always saying, or everybody was always saying, well, the feds and the state didn't provide you enough funding. Well, guess what? We went out, we got it. We are at $3.3 million in funding right now. Unprecedented. They like us. We're doing the message to everybody is we're doing a great job in this community. State and feds love us. We're going to be used on the FTA audit. We're that good. And so it does require, though, flip side, it's going to require, with all this funding that we've got, keep in mind, several of those grants are at 0% match. We were able to creatively write proposals, and we're at about a 24% match instead of a 34% match, which is kind of a neat other shoehorn piece into this. Point is, we've got all kinds of opportunities. We're really working on creating them. We're having those transportation solutions pieces. We are called every day thinking that we can provide all kinds of different stuff, and we'd love to be able to do that. So how do we do that? We're dependent on all of you to give us feedback on that. We're also looking for those alternative funding sources for match. These kinds of things that come in $10,000, $12,000 at a time, irreplaceable. It's kind of cool. Okay, so the other part we get asked, and that's going to be in a later one. We'll do that one later. Okay. Frequently asked questions. These were some things, and I can pass this out. We get asked this all the time. We already talked about the 3 distinct services, one great service. Any questions on Bonner County, Boundary County, Schweitzer? They're all, the only one we're after right now is Bonner County. Everybody else is paying for their own already. We're whole on Schweitzer. We're totally whole on Boundary County. They're doing a hell of a job up there too, promoting it. Little old Moye Springs is great. Spot bus, we already talked about that one too. Cost per ride. People ask us, what is our cost per ride? Okay, so economies of scale, right? $6.53 average whole cost per ride. With this partnership, this is why the feds and the state love us. We're actually very low, and we have a whole lot of riders. If we have that participation, all those riders, we get higher FTA attention. If we drop our existing services, start charging and all this, we even lose 50,000 of those riders because we start charging or people don't ride, our FTA credits, we won't get funded that high. So I just want to be very clear on that. We'll go into, that's also some of those creating options. We've been asked, why don't you charge a fare? And we are looking into it. And it's a resounding problem. I worked at Schweitzer a long time ago when they charged $3 a bus or a ticket. On to now we're checking with other federal travel agencies, transit agencies. They're charging $1 or $3. They're getting rid of it. Similar group down in Haley area, MRTA. they quit. They're not doing it anymore because it's so hard. They only get 20% of what their revenues are. Then all that revenue comes off the top. They can't even count it for overall expenses. It's not even a factor in being able to be rematched or anything like that. Also, what happens is, for instance, MRTA had a 500,000 ridership at the time. They collected $250,000. They could not, they had to have, so that's 500,000 just in one place where they were charging. As soon as they stopped charging, that use went up, but also the $250,000 didn't account for the two people who had to count the cash all the time, the cash boxes, going to the banks, then issuing all the 96, a whole bunch of cards to all those vendors to buy from, like, in our case, it would be like a North 40, a Conoco, like we used, you take all those cards there, you let them buy those, then they're dealing with the cards on the buses. Again, we're still looking into it, just putting options out there that we're doing our due diligence to try to explore everything. Okay, back to this. 234 a ride for the economies of scale. Schweitzer quit doing it. We were running up and down that mountain, 92,000 rides. Kind of says something when you're not collecting $3. And then you have people arguing over whether they're going to be funded or whether they're going to have to be charged or not. And also too, if we get 91,000 riders on these buses in town, wouldn't that be great to be able to say our average cost of rides went way down? And we do have an opportunity to do that. We can get there. Got another slide. Okay. Anyway, right now, cost per ride. Bonner County, this is fixed and demand combined. It is $12 a ride. Local cost, because of all the grants that we receive, about 34% for operations. Bonner County demand, they're high because they're bringing everybody down here. They're going up to Moyer Springs. They're getting people into Boundary County. So they're at $30 a ride. Their local cost is $10.20. They're absorbing it. They think it's worth it. Schweitzer is about $2.34 a ride. Our cost for existing service, $1.7 million. Our match is looking at 881,000. It's kind of simple math on that one. We will not have any match left for CARES last year or next year to cover following year. Okay. Fleet mileage. We get asked, what are your buses? We have a 2014 bus in June. It had 293,000 miles on it. Our 2015 bus had 326,000 miles on it. Plus, we have 3 2019 buses that are basically what we're finding now on these new allocations since about 2018 is we are paying a third again higher cost for the buses, and the quality is awful. They are terrible. These 2019 buses are in worse shape than our 2014 and 2015 bus, and it's not because they're got more miles on them. You can literally put your finger through the roof of the fiberglass on them. So we're looking at having to recoat the tops of them. There's all kinds of different things going on with these buses. And you see the mileage up there respectively. Our demand buses, those are the smaller buses. That 2010 bus has 250,000 miles on it. The 2011 bus, 139. We're going to keep the 117, 217 and 118 buses. We are doing an asset replacement plan. We do have a vehicle maintenance plan so that we can get on a really good cycle of placing an order every year for 2 buses. And so we're not hitting this all of a sudden, we need 10 buses, which is exactly the case. And the next 3 years, we are getting 10 buses and 4 of them at no cost for local match, which is kind of that's a really amazing number to know. Driver pay, we get asked what that is. How much do they make? An average of $21.48 an hour. Okay, so fast forward. Many of our drivers have more than 8 years of experience. I recruit a lot of them because I come from a different place where the school district. And so we can use these guys over the summertime and help them, right? So we come in with a whole lot of experienced drivers. A lot going on. LPOC pays their drivers that start at 5 years of experience for $24.22. We offer $21.48 and no benefits. They only get Percy if they work 20 hours a week. So our range at starting is $20.10 to $22.50. Basically, we have 19 drivers, 11 of them, many of us have second jobs, and I know all of you do too. 6 of them, or excuse me, 8 of them, spot bus is their second job. And so we're kind of we have to be flexible on those schedules. Let's see here. One more. I think we're getting there. Oh, Sandpoint participation. Yeah, we're getting to the end. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. We were requested in our letter and through our allocations for $140,000 for this coming fiscal year, 110 for the existing services and 30,000 to help us with those capital expenses. And those capital expenses include 4 of those new buses because we're getting 4 basically with no match. We're getting 4 more at that 20% match. And those are all, keep in mind, they're all being used in Bonner County. They're not Schweitzer buses. Boundary County's taking care of their own. It's all for here. These numbers that I'm throwing out there, okay. We will not have those CARES funds to offset those operating costs, including, again, that driver pay and care or fueling. So we're also in it to not say that route is what we are only going to stand by. That's all we're going to do. We have some seasonal pieces and trying to figure out where we could better be used. So we need to understand where that growth is. One of our biggest paratransit pieces is over behind the fairgrounds right now, that Scotchman Loop area. If we had, for instance, another 3rd green route over there, we would not incur the higher cost per ride using a demand service if we had that fixed route service back there to get over. We don't have anything that comes over to the food bank. We have nothing that comes over to the library. They have to come all the way into town, then transfer to go the other way. We're also only running 1 an hour. So with some of these existing services, what if we ran every half hour? What if we had that 3rd route back up by the fairgrounds up there where that Schweitzer Mountain Road piece is at? These are all possibilities. My point is that we need feedback from all of you as to where we're needed most. Where's your growth? Pondray, we're doing the same thing. They're going out McNerney area. Dover and Kootenai, their people all just get on the bus out there and they all come into all of you. They don't get any of the tax dollars or any of the repercussions because all they're doing is getting on the bus to come in to go to their doctor's appointments, to get their stuff, to go to school, to do wherever they're going to, because they're not going much of anywhere out in Kootenai or out in Dover and Kootenai. Our other challenges are ICRIMP increased and we have no more AAA funding. We had $4,000 they allocate or we budgeted last year. They actually came up with 26,000, which helped us with that offset of that 10,000. The Sandpoint didn't contribute, and it helped offset some other costs that we foresaw with our preventative maintenance dollars. Our preventative maintenance dollars on these buses is $43,000 above budget. Those buses are driving us into the ground, and that's killing us right now. Okay. These are some of these match requests. Again, this is a chart. Last year we requested 85, 95. You can see the numbers all the way down, delineating out Bonners Ferry, Moyer Springs, and Boundary County. Schweitzer is another one that's delineated out. They pay their own, they're all on their own. That's the point of that. Area Agency on Aging, nothing. This is the request for this year next to that. So again, it's just another way of recapping what everybody's at. Any questions on that one?
Go ahead, Councilwoman. Or are you just about wrapped up?
I am.
Okay.
I can actually be done if you need me to.
Yeah, we should probably try to bring it to head, but
Yeah.
questions? Go ahead, Council.
Wait,
No.
just the Bonner County, because that's what I was going to ask. I
Yes.
appreciate you meeting with me ahead. Otherwise, I would be totally lost right now. But I was going to ask if the county supports.
We went to them and so far they have offered other ways for us to pursue opportunities. So one thing we are being able to take advantage through them is we have an MOU for emergency management services. So we can provide transport to volunteers, to those who need to respond or to get people out of areas. We have 5 big buses and all those and 10 little tiny buses, right? All of us all have our big CDLs. We can drive it lot, we can respond. School district can do it too, except now if school is in session, guess what? They're taking care of the school kids. So because of that, we're able to get communication equipment and get in on a higher level of what's called FirstNet. So we're able to facilitate some more dollars for communication pieces. They've also, Commissioner Williams was the one who suggested that we go to the Alpine buses and those people that have those buses sitting, and some of those higher links at Life Care Center, the Century Group, those kinds of things. And then also that there's some classes and there's some things that'll offer some more opportunities for that. Those kinds of things we're always open to as well. So any help on those things, but also the cash piece. The big fat answer for the 30,000 is no. And so
Not paying that, they're not.
they are basically said that a very small percentage of the total area is Bonner County. We're trying to help them understand though that it's all of Bonner County residents, and maybe with some people and some discussions, this is why we want to get out there and provide this information. It is actually their Bonner County residents.
Plus all the cities are in Bonner County. Seems
Yes,
like
and so
that-
this is where we kind of need some of that assistance and maybe some
Funding, yeah.
connection pieces with that would be amazing.
I just want to say, one, thank you so much. This is super informative. In 2010, Marion, Cliff Warren, Eric Brubaker, myself, and Randy Curlis spent half a year setting this up, and I'm thrilled that it's succeeding. I think it's a vital service for our community. I do have a couple questions. One, you mentioned a letter. In your letter, I don't recollect receiving a letter. Do you know who that letter was sent to at the
I
city?
sent it to Cassidy and she had indicated that she had sent it to finance and to the mayor's office.
And
And that was,
secondly, it's a joint powers. I'll take full responsibility for this, but in the first 7 months of being mayor, I don't ever recall getting an update or report on the joint powers, agendas, boards, anything you want to add? Who's representing the city of Sandpoint on the joint powers board right now?
the city of Sandpoint is represented by Zale Palmer. She
Who's-
is the
who's that?
logistics manager for Lighthouse. And so that's who's been on the board since I've only been in there since September of 2022. So I think that this is a good opportunity to have some more of those dialogues and
Yeah, that would be helpful. And then more of a comment, and so process-wise, we presented and adopted our maximum budget. We
Mhm.
can't increase it beyond that. It can only come down from there. April, you mentioned, was a good time, and it looks like this letter I was just passed, it was in May 28th, but
So-
just going forward, I'm thinking like February, so we can
Okay.
start working through this stuff. So I'm
Yeah.
not sure what the council will be able to do in the existing budget. Sarah might be able to give us an idea. She can certainly tell you offline what we budgeted. I do recollect it's an increase. I don't know if we were able to meet your request,
Mhm.
but super helpful, informative. Really proud of you and the hard work you all put in, and it's a critical service. I try to write it a couple times a year, and it's super important to our community. So not sure what we can do and what we'll be able to change in the budget, but appreciate the presentation. And
Were you finished with your presentation?
Yeah, and I did, so there was people who requested a preliminary budget piece. I do have that. And it's very preliminary. Our finance committee is still working on it. If you want that, that's part of this presentation. If you want to, I can flash
Mr. Mayor,
that.
can I get a question in here?
go ahead.
So, yeah, again, thank you. I want to kind of reiterate what the mayor said as well. I think the business community, big kudos. A lot of our employees ride it as well as our customers. We're really looking forward this winter with the La Nina season coming in. The Icon Pass being part of Schweitzer. 2 years ago, we saw a ton of people staying in downtown Sandpoint and riding the bus to the Red Barn and getting up. And you guys have shown a great fiduciary responsibility in trying to save each of your communities a lot of money. Where do we go from kind of worst case scenario here? If Schweitzer is whole, Boundary County is whole, Ponderay and Sandpoint are not, you guys have some leftover CARES money that you're using right now.
Mhm.
Obviously, we can kind of extrapolate that out and see where does that leave us? Do we cut a day out of service, a year-round day, a seasonal day? What day would that be? What does the ridership look like? And then how is the paratransit related to your fixed route services?
So in those order, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Dick or Counselor Dick. So the other two are whole. Bonner County is not quite yet. Yes, we do have CARES dollars to still basically go for another year. But at that point, it runs out. We had $1.1 million here a couple of years ago, or about 4 years ago, used for payroll, those true operations expenses and fuel in the buses. That'll be exhausted because we'll have to allocate all of that to that. And then, so again, staying tuned, there's going to be another increased allocation request next year because we won't have those CARES dollars to help supplement that. Quite frankly, I'm not exactly sure the exact budget on what's exactly left at CARES right now. It's about $200,000. So it'll help us get through the next year. So anything is appreciated. And then you had mentioned the,
What happens with, what do? Do you cut a day out of service? Do you change your fixed routes?
so our, Mr. Mayor, Councilor Dick, our finance committee has had to start entertaining those options because we have to balance our budget as well, obviously, be good stewards of the dollars. We've looked at cutting Sundays, but how do we do that with everybody going up Sundays to the resort? We've looked at cutting like a middle of the day, making it a lower, like cutting out. It doesn't do us any good to just cut out stops because we still have to run those 2 fixed route buses. The costs are still real. So it's like eliminating a whole route, eliminating a whole day, eliminating an operation piece, maybe a season that goes out to the fairgrounds on wintertime is our highest use. So maybe we do that. Paratransit, we have to provide it. And actually we're sort of pushing the envelope on that one. We should be offering paratransit the same as we offer fixed route. It comes down to ADA that we all have to offer that. So if we have a person that needs to get on, then Wendy and I are going out and we're picking them up to provide that service on a Saturday or Sunday. And we have more and more people with wheelchairs loading on our buses. It's just that growth population and word getting out and the appreciation of the service that we actually need to think about. If we're going to stay with that fixed route and paratransit piece, that we need to increase that. Or what would be even better is to get some of those people in some of those high growth areas. Maybe we look at that rerouting to get that lower cost fixed route back there to bring people to where they need to be. And we could look at those different scenarios based on if you guys have growth numbers and those kinds of things. But it's a real deal. We would have to do something to cut, which would be a shame because now we're at the top of we just got all that momentum behind us from the feds. They love
Yeah,
us for
it's
our
tremendous.
It is amazing. And I think that there's some other options out there too. I hate to, worst case scenario, the bad, the ugly kind of stuff is that we're cutting something.
Yeah.
The good stuff is now we use it for public outreach and say, hey, we really, really, Spot Bus has done this and all of you, it's you guys too, let me tell you, this partnership has been absolutely amazing. So with all the support in the community, how can we help? We need that consistent match all the time. So it's great to be able to write for, different pieces and get a seasonal, a one-time piece. The ideal piece would be is to fund the existing services to the $881,000. Then have other people like the hospitals say, if you want a bus that's paid for by 24%, like we do with Schweitzer, if you want a bus that's paid for 20% by the medical community, they all put in that $50,000 for the match on that bus and kind of leverage some of those things and make it a true other joint partnership piece of it. But we have some opportunities.
Councilman Dick, what I see us needing to do is one, replace Zale with a council member or myself, someone who can work on these structural and operational challenges and look at budgeting this next year, and I'll get on that right away. And then, work through, glad there's care funding out there still.
Yes.
But clearly we need to work in detail on and closely on how we're going to continue to fund and provide this vital service. So
Okay.
again, we do have a long meeting. We're going on 45
Mayor?
minutes now. Go ahead,
Just
Councilman. Wu.
one quick question. Were you finished or?
I am, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. My quick question was that we do that route that ends up going to the Red Barn. And does Schweitzer pay for that extension?
Yes.
Because, so they do pay for the
Pay for
extension
that.
piece to the Red Barn in addition to the buses that are going up and down the mountain.
Mhm.
Okay, that was the only question I had because I didn't know if the city was supplementing that piece of it. So
So Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, or Counselor Rule. So what happens is that we already pay the driver because they're out there at the fairgrounds and that's kind of where they can go to the bathroom and then get caught up again, right? When we take that mileage on that bus from the fairgrounds out to the Red Barn, and that's what we factor into their costs. Okay, so it is to the tune of about $7,800. We know these things. The mileage accumulates over that 4-month period to about $7,800 a year. So that goes into them too.
so that becomes part of
Yes.
Schweitzer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just say one thing?
Thank you.
Sure, go ahead.
I really appreciate you helping us be less car dependent.
Thank you.
And I think you bring people in, like Counselor Dick said, to the businesses. Our businesses are being supported by your. I hope we can make it work.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks so much. Look forward to working through this budget and then
Yeah.
next year working with you closely. So
Great.
thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your time.
At this time, I would like to yield the floor to staff. Any department updates? We're going to be going department budgets tonight. But I guess staff members, anything outside the budget that you'd like to update us on, projects, activity, events, etc. Thank you, Mr. Welker, Community Planning and Development Director.
Good evening, Council. I've just got a couple of very quick ones for you tonight. First, I want to celebrate the grand opening of the skate park expansion, which happened about a week and a half ago. The mayor cut the ribbon. It was an absolutely packed event, not because of any organization on our part, but because that skate park has been packed from the moment it opened almost 2 weeks ago now. So that was a very exciting, and it's been a very successful project so far. Every time I've been at the park, there's been literally 2-3 dozen kids on bikes, scooters, skateboards, just enjoying that expanded skate park. It looks great. If you haven't been over, please go check it out. We are kicking off our development impact fee study next week, and 2 weeks from tonight, we've invited Tischler Bice, and they've agreed to deliver a short presentation for you all, just updating on the path forward with our development impact fee study. Finally, I want to give you an update on our off-leash dog program at City Beach to mitigate geese. I did a 3-week check-in with our Paw Patrol members today, and I heard back from quite a few, and I just want to share some of their experience so far with you. So Matt said, and these are direct quotes from their email responses today, "I have witnessed several participants working the beach, and several times I have seen the dogs chasing the geese away. I absolutely feel like the program is working. It surely seems to me like there is less poop on the grass this year." Lacey said, we've been to City Beach several times early and late morning, and only once have we come across a very small flock of geese. Me and especially my dog love the Goose Patrol program." Joe said, "One morning while I was there, I spoke with Chris from the maintenance shop. He told me he's been there 3 years and he's noticed significantly less geese strolling around recently since we started. I've seen Patsy and Piper there a few times and they are a good team. That dog could probably handle the whole park by herself. I think springtime, when the geese are looking to mate and lay, will be an important time to get out there, but so far so good in my opinion." Fred said, "Virgil and I have had a couple of goose encounters to date, haven't seen much goose activity over the past 10 days. The plan seems to be working." Becky said, "We take Ollie out early between 5 and 8 a.m. and we usually see the geese out on the front lawn at that time. Then they split and scatter towards Trinity and the pavilion. We have been at other times of the day and not seen any. Ollie enjoys following them a few feet into the water." Finally, Officer Wright, one of our community resource officers who was there at the kickoff event, said, "I too have observed fewer geese and less droppings. I do think the regular but unpredictable coverage is working." So just wanted to give you that update. We started with 7 3 weeks ago, and we are now at the maximum of 12. So we have reached our limit this year. Sorry, everybody. And we are really excited to continue
That's
this program.
12 teams.
12 teams of handler and dog.
That is excellent. Well done.
Mr. Mayor, I can say firsthand, I'm down there 7 days a week, and from walking around City Beach in June before it got started to where it's at right now, it's amazing getting to talk to customers about it when they see the dogs come off the leash and go down. I just walked it yesterday and it's 100 times better. So yeah, kudos to Matt and the squad and everybody who helped that out. I do have a question for you. I was very happy to see the fences come down at the corner of Division in Ontario, where the new county building came in over by that 4-way stop sign. But between there and Luther Park, where the multifamily residential is slated to go, they pulled their fences down after the festival on the south side of the property, but on the north side of the sidewalk on Ontario.
Okay.
The weeds have encompassed almost the entire width of the sidewalk. Is there any way we can get the owner or the developer to cut those back so it's safe? Because I see a lot of the walking traffic is now walking out with traffic on Ontario. Do you know where I'm talking about? Over by the functional, where the frogs are, where
By,
the functional
west-
wetlands
west.
out. Yeah, just west of there, the
What's the,
weeds have encroached.
Between Olive and
why am I
Ontario,
blanking on
between
that?
Olive
Yeah,
and Division.
between Mackey's Way and Division over there. But that would be great. Yeah, a lot of pedestrians are getting off the sidewalk there and walking in the street and getting back on there.
Gotcha.
But that corner is fantastic,
Okay.
where the sidewalks have opened back up.
Okay, Cool. We'll look into
Thank
it.
you.
They're gone, by the way.
What's that?
The frogs are no
The frog-
longer
No,
there.
the frogs are there. The frogs are there. They're about this big and they're all out there. They started 2.5 weeks ago.
Hmm.
I'm
All right,
out there
thank you,
every
guys.
I
night.
was just there.
Um,
I'm out there every night. and I will
Councilman
show you.
Welker, Councilman Welker, sorry. In terms of development activity, I know there's some permitting going on. We cruising along with building permits and applications.
We
and-
have a full planning and development team at the city now. In fact, a week ago, Monday, our new building inspector, Garen Wilson, started. I wasn't going to ask him to stay late to introduce you, but I'm sure you'll see him around town with his City of Sandpoint badge on, doing inspections, and he is very busy. We continue to see building permit applications come in. We haven't seen many. I think we're kind of at a lull in the subdivision process. So earlier this summer, we saw some CUPs come through. We saw some subdivisions, some short plats. Those are starting to slow down. We're into the building season now. The subdivision happens in the spring, the building happens in the summer. So our team, we meet a couple times a week to go through all the building applications and make sure we're staying on top of those. So we are definitely we're more than caught up at this point. We are caught up, and we are very excited to have a full building and planning team on staff.
Awesome.
So-
Could I ask you to maybe not to the 21st, but the first meeting in September, just maybe give us, if it's
Yeah.
functional, give us an update on.
In fact, we're working on that right now for the development impact fee meeting next week.
Oh, nice.
They've requested the same thing. So we'll have more kind of a complete picture of the development pipeline
Awesome.
prepared in the next week. Okay.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Anyone else? Go ahead,
If I might.
Councilman Rule.
Well, it sort of vaguely involves planning, so I'm gonna go there. If we could get an update, I think, it's been over a month now, and I think we need to clear the right-of-way sidewalk around the Army Circle building. I know that, it's probably a much larger project to clear everything there, but if we could get those fences pushed back off the sidewalk and at least clear around the pedestrian beacon. I've had a number of citizens say there's still glass in the street
Okay.
and stuff around there. And so I think that's very unsafe for people if we can at least get the sidewalk right away cleared off. I know it may take much longer to get the building area done.
We will get it. And I know just the people to make that happen. So, yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. City Engineer Brandon Staglin.
Good evening. Some quick capital project updates. You may have noticed the chip seal project at Schweitzer Cutoff got finished and back open. It went pretty well, I think, as far as schedule. We've got 2 capital projects starting next week. The First Street paving project between Division and Boyer, which will involve some utility work while we've got the street open, and then the Boyer water main relocation at the near the intersection of Chestnut and Boyer, which also will involve some repaving as well, but that's mainly a water main project. And then I will be talking to you a little bit later about an agenda item about our wastewater treatment plant.
And Brandon, on that Boyer water main replacement, is that going to be traffic control one way or shutting down Boyer entirely? Duration, any details on that you can share?
We are still trying to nail down the traffic. Pretty difficult, if you can imagine, at that intersection. In order for them to work quickly and get it done, they're gonna have to close the block of Boyer just north of Chestnut, which is adjacent to that new apartment building called the Milltown Tribute. And you can imagine if you can't go up north there, you're basically rerouting people through a residential neighborhood over to Division and up to Baldy. Poses some other problems, especially considering it may overlap with school starting. So we're trying to work through that, maybe figure out a way that we can not have to close the whole street down and do a detour through the residential neighborhood.
And I know it's usually Holly. I don't mean to throw something at you. Roughly, when do we think Fifth and Pine? That's the other big street project the public can be aware of. The lights moving down to Pine. Pine's going to go 2-way. September, probably.
We're gonna start right after Labor Day is the plan.
Okay,
Still on track as far as I'm aware.
awesome.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Brandon? Council?
Thanks.
Thanks, Brandon. Carol Hughes, Central Service Director, which is IT, HR, contracts, procurement. What else? City clerk, a few other things.
Yeah, just a couple. Just a couple real quick updates for you this evening, because I know it's a long meeting. Special events, the upcoming special events we have. POAC, of course, starts Friday. So that's downtown for the weekend. And then the Montana Shakespeare in the Park will be at Lakeview Park next Friday, August 16th. And that is the annual Shakespeare in the Park event. And then we have Music Matters, the Summer Academy performance put on by the Music Conservatory. And that basically is their performance for their Summer Academy. It's their final performance. It'll be in Farman Park and it'll be next Sunday, August 18th. For HR, we have filled a couple positions within the Central Services Department. The grants, contracts, procurement manager, or not manager, specialist position has been filled, and he starts on Monday, which is, we can't wait for him to start. He brings a lot of knowledge, especially in federal procurement, which will be perfect for grants and contracts. And then we filled the admin assistant position for Central Services, and she will start on August 28th. We onboarded a building parks maintenance worker this week, as well as a utility locator. So much needed relief in those areas. For contracts, I'm working on the snow storage agreement. We're going to be able to store our snow in the same lot that we have the last couple of years. So we were happy about that. And tomorrow we have a solicitation opening for the Little Sand Creek discharge pond cleaning. So that contract will likely be coming your way sometime in September. And that's all I have for this evening to share. Any questions?
Any questions for Cheryl? Thanks, Cheryl.
Thank you.
Fire Chief Gavin Gilchrist.
Good evening, everybody. Let's see.
And this is in your budget presentation, just the updates.
Yeah, this is just updates. We were asked, Pam specifically asked, kind of meet the crews type of thing. So again, being summertime, it's kind of hard to get everybody in one spot at one time, but we were lucky enough to get pictures. So they do exist. They're working. But let me move this back a little bit. It's kind of on the grill. So Sandpoint Fire Department again was established in 1903, May 25th. And we just kind of want to go through, we've been Sandpoint Fire Department again, a little better than a month now. So I just kind of want to go through kind of who we are, our vision and mission, some of our focus principles, as well as meeting the crews. So we're 10 dedicated professional firefighters. We have 3 captains, 3 engineer positions, and 3 firefighter positions. We operate in 3 shifts. Each shift has a captain, an engineer, and a firefighter. And we operate from our single station here at City Hall. We're right next door. I mean, you'll hear the bells going off. Our mission and vision, pardon me. Our vision is simple. We want to create a safer Sandpoint. The mission of the Sandpoint Fire Department exists to protect and improve the quality of life in our response area. Our focus principles, 3 of our focus principles are to educate, to prepare, and to mitigate. We like to take opportunities to educate the public and the visitors about fire prevention, also some of the life safety initiatives, be it through the fire code or building codes. Preparation, dedication is maintaining our personnel and apparatus, as well as the equipment in a state of readiness, constant state of readiness. Pretty much every day when I come to work, I ask myself 3 questions. The first one is what's broken? The second one is what are we doing that we shouldn't be doing? And the third one is what are we not doing that we should be doing? some days you never get past the first question. Things are just broken and you have to get them fixed. But that goes for everything that we do. Mitigation, we respond emergent and non-emergent to different hazards. And our sole intent is to mitigate those hazards as safely as possible, but we want to do it efficiently as well as effectively. Time to meet the crews. So A shift, who's on today, it's kind of awkward because there's a picture of them, but they're sitting back there. So if you guys would stand up, let's put them on the spot. So back behind us, we have Captain Zach Yukich. We have Engineer Alo Pucci and Firefighter Carson Nicholas. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Just stand up, keep standing. That's pretty cool. B shift is Captain Tennille Tessant, Engineer Troy Badeau, and Firefighter Connor Nelson. And our last C shift is Captain Kevin Mordietta, Firefighter Solon Janae Wolf, and Firefighter Stephen Omott. It kind of rounds it out. I know we have 4 firefighters right now, but this month we'll be given our promotional exam. One of those 4 will actually become that 3rd engineer. So we wish them the best of luck in that process. And that wraps it up for us.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Thanks, Chief.
Got it.
Chief, can you, it rained for 24, 36 hours last week. Maybe that was this week. Can you just give us an overall level of, can I take a deep breath? Are we like tinder dry out there? I know there was a lightning storm in southern Idaho the last 2 days, a couple dozen new fires. Where do we sit in terms of the last couple of years that you've been here and fire threat and risk out there?
We're actually going to be downgrading tomorrow morning. I got an email this afternoon. It was probably around 3-ish, something like that, that they had their meeting. IDL had their meeting. We're right now, we're in a very high fire danger rating, but we're going to be moving back to just high. So how long that lasts, I don't know. Usually rains like that don't really change anything, but somebody somewhere ran their calculations and I guess that's what they came up with. So we'll just keep an eye on it. And as it fluctuates, we're not out of danger by any means, but it just, we're reverting back a little bit to a lower level.
Good.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks,
Excellent.
Chief. Any questions for the chief?
Good.
See you in a little bit. Anyone else need to report or want to report anything from department or division level? Looking good. Next, the public forum, which allows the public to address the council and myself on items listed on the consent calendar or on any relevant city of Sandpoint related topic not included on the agenda. If anyone wishes to speak now during any other portion of the meeting when the public comment is allowed, you must complete a comment sign-up form located in the table by the back door and hand it to the chief or one of the other staff members in the back of the room. Those attending remotely who wish to speak during the public forum may raise their hand on Zoom at this time. Are we prepared to do that? Yes, we're prepared to do that. To accommodate those who wish to speak during the general public forum, as well as those who wish to speak on specific business items on our agenda, a total of 20 minutes will be dedicated to public forum at the beginning of the meeting. If you'd like to speak and did not have an opportunity to do so in that time frame, we will reopen the public forum at the end of the meeting. I'd like to make everyone aware that the city does have a public policy on meeting decorum. The rules are posted here in the chambers at the entrance door. In summary, it asks that everyone please be pleasant and respectful, not make derogatory statements about others, including city staff, not be boisterous or disruptive, no calling out, clapping, holding up signs, etc. Please note that the council cannot take testimony on any planning related matters outside of an official public hearing. Public comment time is for comment only, no questions or debate. You're always welcome to contact me during regular business hours if you have any questions or concerns. When it's your turn to speak, please state your name and whether you reside in the same Sandpoint city limits. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. And Madam Clerk, I just asked if there's a way to break this out, public in-house versus Zoom. I appreciate that. Just give me notice when Zoom is coming.
Mr. Mayor, Diana Schuppel.
She present, physically present?
Was Randy Quinn.
Was here.
Grant Simmons.
Good evening, Mr. Simmons.
Hi, Grant Simmons. Speaking in my capacity as a Sandpoint city resident, and thank you all for being up there. I do not envy your position. So as you might know, Mandy is a bit of a bulldog, and I say that in her capacity as the one who runs the shelter. And it came to my attention that somehow buried in the agenda of tonight of that 984-page PDF might be something that has to do relative to funding the service that is provided out there. And so I dug into like, well, let's dig into the budget because I remember having seen that prior. And I said, well, let's try to size this up relative to the service that's provided and the cost. And it's a weird thing to size up because you think about housing and food and spaying and neutering and ultimately euthanasia, right? And funding that. It's sort of a tall ask, but it felt that there has to be room to extend the service or figure something out. Because when we talk about a shift in service, should that go away? I mean, if we were sad about trees getting cut down, think about puppies getting shot. So, you know, Idaho is five days, I think, hold before euthanasia. Some states are 7. On average, 13 to 20% of dogs get euthanized. A little higher for cats. That's changed over time. So when I think about this, it's relative to what is the service that's actually getting funded, and to the extent that you need to dig in or sort of sharpen the pencil around what those costs really are. Strongly suggest you do so. And if this has nothing to do with anything that's on the agenda tonight, I do apologize for wasting.
You came in late. I'll just reiterate.
Oh, did I? Oh, I apologize.
For the members here who want to speak in support of the animal shelter,
Oh.
the actual budget hearing is on the 21st. So specifics to that are appropriate at that hearing. You know, today I don't ever want to shut people off or not let you speak. So
No worries.
if you just want to come up and say you support the animal shelter and the services they provide, I think that'll come across loud and clear.
Thank you much.
Yeah.
Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Simmons.
Kathy Chambers.
Hi, Ms. Chambers.
Hi, good evening. I'm Kathy Chambers. I'm a Sandpoint City resident. I'll be very brief. I'm a firm believer in supporting professionals and doing what they do best. And BTAA has proven their expertise per Idaho state codes and their great work of taking care of stray dogs, taking them in, caring for them, returning them, and in some cases even rehoming them. For our government entities to take this on with no infrastructure in place as far as facilities, staff, and experience seems impossible and would personally, I think, overwhelm our police department. That would surely be inventing a very expensive wheel when we already have one that works. If there is a plan in place for the city to do this on their own, I would like to see that made public so the residents can see what that entails. I'm not in favor of my tax dollars being used to euthanize dogs. I am hoping that an open conversation would be welcomed regarding the continued relationship with BTAA and the valuable service they provide for our community and animals in our area. And I thank you all for the hard work that you do. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kathy. And just to, I guess, add some color to this, I suspect many of you here to speak to this. I just want to preface any additional comments, a couple of things here for all of our education. So the city and the state has a policy about contracting for services. What's been requested by BTAA is a 3,000% increase in our historical payment to them, which was around $2,000. I think everyone will agree that is far too low. We increased it up to almost 300% this year in the budget. But it's important, once we reach a $5,000 expenditure threshold in the city, our own city policy says we have to go out for competitive bids, or at least comparable bids. So once this crosses the 5,000, we cannot sole source this directly to any service provider. The BTA is like any other service. We get services for surveying, for fuel, for cars, for cleaning services. The legislative branch here sets the budget authority for the services. The executive branch with staff goes out and requests proposals to match those services with the budget. So whatever happens in this year budget, we cannot sole source and go directly to an independent entity, nonprofit or others for a service. That is illegal and we can't do it. So we have to go out to bid for this service. What I don't know is who's going to respond to that bid. If BTA is the only responder, staff will work with, the budgeted amount to make sure that we can provide that service either by reducing the number of animals or, taking in or some other thing. I am not in favor of euthanasia. I think it was mentioned offhand by someone as what other communities do after the 5 days. I just also want to follow up on this item, this subject, and I'm going to ask our attorney in the next week to 2 weeks, if you could look at Idaho Code 25-2081, county dog license tax. It appears to me that the municipalities can or cannot enact a licensing requirement. We have one for licensed dogs. If we were not to have one, it would appear that the county would then be required to make that determination which dogs need licenses. Bringing that further, Zach, down to 25-2804, it says it's the taking up or collecting of dogs without licenses or tags. So if the city doesn't have a dog license requirement, I don't believe Idaho code in my reading requires us to collect stray dogs. And that burden falls on Bonner County. And then furthermore, dogs running at large, 25-2805, it appears to me to say that the county sheriff is the person responsible for responding to that. And finally, enforcement 25-3501A, law enforcement agencies may enforce the provision of this chapter. It doesn't say shall. So what I'd like to understand from a legal perspective before our budget hearing, is it our statutory requirement to pick up dogs at large? Or if we eliminate the licensing program in town, which no one adheres to and we don't enforce generally, would that put this burden on Bonner County and we can basically stop returning dogs to the shelter and let our police, focus on their priorities, which sometimes it is an injured dog, but if you get my sense, is it our obligation? So I'd like to pass that on to you, Zach, in the next 2 weeks.
Certainly, I'm happy to research your question presented and we'll present back to you at the next hearing.
Right on. Thanks so much. And I've got the highlighted sections if you want to.
I'll take you up on that. Thank
Okay.
you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask you a quick question?
Quick question.
You said that we are required to solicit bids. Was that done? Maybe somebody who was here before we,
Well, it was below $2,000. Our policy requires for goods and
okay, because it was below.
certain services, 5,000 to 9,000, we are to look for, obtain 3 verbal or written quotes, 10,000 to 24,000.
Okay.
It's semi-formal bidding, 3 written bids we have to receive. And it goes up from that with other standards.
So we didn't have to do that before because we were only paying
2,000, which
$24 a dog.
I am a friend of Mandy. I have an animal from the shelter.
Question.
That is a ridiculously low amount of money we were paying. So that is why. Yes.
Thank you.
Anyways, I want to continue with public comment. I just wanted to throw some things out there so everyone knows where my head's at in this and what our options may be.
Randy Quinn.
Good evening, Mr. Quinn.
Yeah, I'm here to speak on behalf of Spot. I've been riding it since it started running, and I ride it every day almost, and 3 times today alone. And I don't drive. I've recently got an apartment that's out by the fairgrounds, so getting around town without the bus would be really tough for me. And I know a number of other people out there who use it as well, and including a guy in a wheelchair, so the on-demand bus can come and get them on time to schedule appointments. And I took it myself yesterday. I recently got a new hip, so I have to go see doctors and stuff. I need to get there right on time. So the buses to me are just invaluable. And the idea of even diminishing it in any way would be completely counterproductive because the urban sprawl is here. Whether you want to admit it or not, people are going to keep moving here. They're going to build hundreds of more new houses out by Kootenai, some more out in Providence Road, and I can see a demand for these buses to go to Ponder Point, Providence Road, and more places than they already do, including Samuelson Avenue. So, yeah, you know, I'm one of close to 50 new seniors that were moved to that new apartment complex, and there's going to be approximately 70 more family units opening up there as soon as they're finished. So there's going to be a huge demand for a bus to come there. And, you know, when people can ride a free bus somewhere, it makes more sense than driving. You have more parking places, you use less fuel. It just makes sense. So thank you.
Thanks for taking the time, Randy.
Trinity Nicholson. Andrea Nagel.
Hi, Miss Nickel.
Hello, I'm a Sandpoint resident, but I'm also a BTA employee. I'm just wanted to take a second and say to all of the counselors who have come to tour our facility and get to know what we do, thank you. Thank you so much for your interest and your due diligence. We all really appreciate it. I also just wanted to echo some of my fellow residents' concern about the well-being of our dogs. They are our companions and our family. And I don't think any of us would want to see our dogs, you know, contained in a purely outdoor facility with very little attention and then being euthanized after a few days when they are wonderful pets. So just putting that out there. And I just wanted to again say thank you for those who have really done the research and gotten to see what we do. I'm relatively new to animal welfare, and I just am amazed every day by the professionalism and the amount of logistics and the immense amount of work and the facility structure and everything that has been put into place to do this job. Far better than most national standards. And to see our employees get dogs turned around and back in their homes so quickly is truly amazing. There's a lot of work and effort. And I hope that when you're planning that you take all this into consideration, because I don't think it's something that can happen in just a few months. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Christine Robertson.
Good evening, Miss Robertson.
Thank you all for everything you do for us and our city. I love being here and living here. I'm Christine and I am a resident of the city of Sandpoint and I'm very happy to be here. I just wanted to say thank you and I want you to know that I support our stray dogs and I hope that everyone can come to an agreement that supports them. And that's all. Thank you.
Lauren Hilbert.
Hello.
Hi, Lauren.
Thank you for everything you guys do and for listening to us. I am an employee of BTAA as well as a resident of Sandpoint and a dog owner and lover. So I just wanted to say that I support our stray animals and stray dogs. And ultimately, I just want the best animal welfare for all of the community animals. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Joe Wasif.
He's not allowed to speak. Good evening, Mr. Wasif.
Good evening, Mayor Grimm. It's nice to see you up there. Thank you for everything that you all do. I came in late, so I apologize. So I'll keep it short as you requested and just speak that I am in favor of the our local animal shelter. And I hope the council is able to prioritize the humane nature and support of our animals. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wasif.
Lisa Paul. Mr. Mayor, I have no one else signed up to speak during public forum and there are no hands raised on Zoom.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That will conclude the public forum portion of this evening's meeting. We'll now proceed with the consent calendar. For the record, the total amount of bills is $2,907,627.98, reflecting $2,177,433.34 for regular payables and $730,184.64 for payroll. Council, are there any questions or items you wish to remove from the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schreiber.
I'd like to move item number 6, the change order for Traverse Park from the consent calendar for discussion.
Sure. That will be
Mr.
removed
Mayor?
and put to the end. Go ahead,
I
Councilwoman
also would
Duquette.
like to ask a couple questions on number 5, please.
Okay. Would you like to remove it, or is these going to be quick questions? If they're going to be more than a minute, then I'd say let's put them to the end of the
Pull
meeting.
it up. Okay.
Would you like to remove that from the consent
Sure.
calendar? Okay.
A minute's not much.
Okay. Number 5 and 6 move to end of new business. With that, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dick, second by Spiro. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Sprow,
Yes.
Counselor Dick.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
there was a late hand raised on Zoom. Are you interested in entertaining that? I believe it was for public forum.
Yeah, I'm all for that, except I will step down and let the council president preside over all Zoom commentary, as I've expressed my condition that I don't know when to turn it off, and I don't want that responsibility.
Rebecca Holland.
Good evening, Mayor Jeremy and council. Hope you're enjoying your summer. My July was particularly busy, starting with hitting 75 on the 3rd, and then on the 27th, our granddaughter's wedding out at Garfield Bay. However, I did hear about the fairy tale you were dished by a P&Z member at your last meeting, and since I was referred to, I wanted to clear up a couple things. One, to suggest there was a similarity between killing 20 shade trees in Traverse Park with the removal of some timber at Schweitzer for a chairlift was absurd. Those large, healthy trees were once planted with the purpose of providing shade around a playground for families and had been tended to with public money for many years, far different than a wooded forest. 2, it was false to say more than enough opportunity for residents of town to discuss the donation. I spent all last summer asking parents who came to the playground if they knew of the city's plans. Easily, 90% didn't know a thing. Over 30 locals signed a petition asking for council to reconsider even the location. Council never reached out to care. Number 3, another quote, "Only fools would turn down the donation." Well, none of us ever suggested that, but we did push the principle that public land requires public input, not just a small selected group that were to benefit as this went. And finally, 4, last November's mayor and council's races were not a popularity contest, as this defeated candidate bemoaned. It was a clear rejection of the direction being pushed by the previous administrator. The downtown design was not and is not what most local residents want. I hope council members who rubber stamp Traverse Park and continue their inching toward a tricked out atmosphere for our waterfronts reflect on the will of the people and reflect and evolve toward providing better representation for those who elected you. Now, situations I hope quickly the city can take action on. 1, the big maple tree that was to be protected has a big ditch near its roots with hot west sun drying deep into them. Please get the ground covered up and watered before the town loses another beautiful big park tree. Two, why hasn't the playground work started? That's what the many families with children that live around the park need. Please put up the old play set and get going on the rest. And please assure us that that as we see these numbers moving over budget beyond the 7.5 million, that there will still be money to replace all the trees killed ×3 as promised. Okay, thank you for your time tonight. This was not a fairy tale.
Thank you, Mrs. Holland.
Thank you, Council President. First item under new business is a proposed agreement with Keller and Associates for the wastewater treatment plant preliminary engineering report. I will now yield.
Mr. Mayor, are we going to take up new
Old
business before old
Thank you.
business?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I also make a suggestion as it's been an hour and a half? May we have a short recess?
Absolutely. Let's take a 7-minute recess. It's 6:56. The meeting is called to order or brought back to order at 7:03. Council members, we do have a paid consultant here for item number 10. I'd love to just move that item up just so we can work on that and reduce potential costs. So if you all would be so kind to consent to moving item 10 to the next item of business, I would greatly appreciate it. Is there any objection?
No. No.
Hearing none. The first item, or the next item, item 10, it is new business. It's a proposed agreement with Keller and Associates for the wastewater treatment plant preliminary engineering report. I will now yield the floor to Brandon. Holly is out sick tonight, unfortunately, but Brandon can cover it. He's been along and I can supplement. So thanks, Brandon. This is a really exciting step for us. It's monumental, actually. This will actually kick off our wastewater treatment plant preliminary engineering report. So with that, go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, this is a big deal. I've been waiting for this since I was a kid, so I'm really excited. Briefly, it's we're trying to award the contract to Keller to do a preliminary engineering report. That's a shortened version to evaluate the feasibility of replacing the wastewater treatment plant, develop strategies, some preliminary planning and scheduling, and some help figuring out how to find money to do it. And so that's what this agenda item is to award the contract to Keller. And so I'll leave it at that. You read the staff report. If you have any questions, Kyle from Keller is here. Any specific questions about it?
Yeah, thanks, Brandon. And I'll just add before Kyle comes up, if he wants to say anything, in my mind, the key things we need to understand is, is this an incremental piecemeal replacement? And I'm so glad that if Sam's still here, maybe she headed out. Incremental replacement, or is it a whole package turnkey replacement? The technologies, the layout, and the preliminary cost on that. So Keller is based in Idaho. 70+% of their work is in Idaho, and they, as well as 2 other very reputable global and national firms, competed for this. And there's a pretty robust interview process, and we chose Keller. So with that, Kyle, you want to just introduce yourself maybe, or say anything? Of course, he played on Memorial Field football, I believe, right?
Yep. Yeah. So thank you. And I just want to say, really excited to be selected to help take this to the next step. This is something we've been tracking for quite some time, and it's really exciting to see the city being in the driver's seat and moving this forward. And as Mayor Grimm mentioned and Brandon said, this next step is really taking what was developed in the facility plan at a high level and just further refining it and developing it. And one of the biggest challenges we will have moving forward is figuring out how we're going to fund this. And that's the biggest question mark. And that might be substantially more complicated than the engineering, honestly. So the good news is we've helped communities throughout the state through this hurdle in a lot of different ways. And we've already started discussions with key funding regulatory agencies on this regard. So I think the component of working through that with the city and local regulators and state representatives, were very positive in moving in that direction. So.
Awesome. Does council have any questions, either for members in the audience or for me or for staff?
Mayor, Kyle, thanks for sticking around.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You got to see why we get paid the big bucks.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Mr.
ahead.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to make a comment. One of the first things I did when I joined this council was to go tour the wastewater facility. In some respects, not a pleasant tour, but a necessary one. I will simply tell you, I was shocked at the state of decay in the wastewater treatment facility. And so I am very, very excited to see us as a city moving this project forward. I know there's much better technology now. I know that we can get rid of the smell. It will help the whole city, the image of the city. And so thank you for pushing it forward. Thank you for bidding on this project. And I look forward to progress as well.
And I would just like to say, we have a lot of work to do.
I'll just make a comment. I got to go to the wastewater treatment plant today and I compared it to, it's kind of like when you go back east and you go to Gettysburg, it's like that historical going in and checking it all out. It's kind of fun and exciting. So I sort of love the sewage treatment plant, but I'm looking forward to having a nice shiny new one.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And it was on that tour, Council President Rule toured with Samantha, myself today around town. We went from the wastewater plant to the water plant, which was built in, I believe, 2009 to 12, something in that period. And 12, yeah. What a stark difference. I mean, there's no dripping things, there's no corroded pipes, there's no rust, there's no cracked walls half fallen down and ratchets holding things up. And I think Councilwoman Rule said, I can't wait to take a tour of a sewer plant that looks like this. So for a variety of reasons, it's water quality, planning for growth. It's exciting.
I was going to say the same thing, that I also toured the wastewater treatment plant and think residents should take tours of the plant when the money is being figured out. Yeah, and they're not supposed to stink. I've been to them with kids that don't have that odor. So I too am looking forward to your expertise. And if this is one of Brandon's childhood dreams, I'm in.
Awesome.
Mr. Mayor.
Might as well.
Well, not to beat a dead horse, but yes, I'm also excited to see this project moving forward. And I'm grateful for all the work that city staff has done to get this thing moving so quickly. And I have a lot of faith in the procurement and RFP process. I did do a little bit of my own due diligence and, quick Google search. The first thing that came up was an article about your firm and their experience up in Moye Springs. There's definitely some less than flattering things said in that article.
Sure.
And so I wanted to give you an opportunity to speak to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so the scenario there is when we developed the planning for that treatment plant, that was prior to COVID. And as you're all familiar, what happened after COVID, most projects doubled. And so during the design phase, we started seeing this escalation of the project increase. So we looked to reduce costs. So we eliminated buildings and eliminated equipment to try to keep that within budget. And in result, as you can imagine, Kyle, there's quite a bit of redesign on our effort. And we did that wholeheartedly, hoping that we could get reimbursed for that. And at the end of the day, we asked, hey, could we be reimbursed for these design fees for this? And the city elected to say no. So that is the scenario at hand from a simplicity standpoint. So in our eyes, if we go over and do it again, there's kind of a component where you're serving the public and you try to do the best you can to help them. And so far, we are doing that. We're about 50% built through that treatment plant, and there's $13,000 of additional unplanned for expenses of a $6 million project. So we're right on track. Things are moving forward, but on that regard, does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And yeah, it did say that the project started at 3 million and ended up estimated at 7.5. Do we have a plan to keep this project on budget? Because even just a couple percentage points when we're on a project this big could be a pretty large amount.
Yeah, absolutely, Kyle. It's a huge deal. And I think the short answer is it's in our best interest to make sure that the budgeting and planning is captured early on so that it sets the city up for success. And there's a lot of different ways we do that, whether it's coordinating with contractors, having independent reviews internally on cost estimating. But one of the things that's not unique with this industry, we just met with USDA and the chief that oversees the USDA in Idaho. And one of the comments we just got done discussing was just about everyone's project that was budgeted prior to COVID and now went to construction got obliterated. So that was the housing market here, you guys have seen, that's very in line with the construction market. Things have doubled and it becomes very, very difficult to estimate that early on when no one, there's never been a pandemic like this. So
Sure.
I guess as far as managing the costs, we understand that's a huge priority and this project is not successful without managing and planning for those.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Yep.
And I appreciate the question because I really do. And I think it's in our best interest to make sure that we're focused on the end game and being able to implement the project appropriately.
Great.
No, just to add, I have the honor to visit Senator Rich, who will be here visiting me tomorrow. And I intend to, express the priority of this project and how critical it is to our water quality and our future growth and our quality of life here. So I'm hoping that Kyle's work and Keller's work and everyone involved from the top to the bottom, we can find a fair amount of financial support through grants and lowest interest loans and rates, of course, for this project. Any other questions? Kyle, thanks. If not, thank you so much for spending your evening with us and look forward to getting to work because this is a fast one. It's a tough timeline. So.
Yep. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Council.
All right. Any members of the public wish to comment on this item?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution for the agreement with Keller and Associates for the wastewater treatment plant preliminary engineering report.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Dick, second by Duquette. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Sprow,
Yes.
Counselor Howard.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Excellent. Thank you, council members. Moving back to old unfinished business, number 8. Under old business this evening, we will have a couple of work sessions with staff on the fiscal year 2025 budget and city fees. First, we'll talk budget, and I'll begin by yielding the floor to Sarah Lenz, Finance Director for Sandpoint.
Good evening. I wanted to first, I know I showed this last week, but I wanted to go over it again where you can find the budget book, just in case anyone from the public or you guys need to find it. It is under the news and announcements. You can find it there under the second little tab there, or you can actually go under finances where it'll be there for the next year. Last council meeting, we went over the capital, this last tab in here, the capital 1-year plan projects. Tonight, we're going to go through the department and divisions. We're going to have each one of the directors speak to their department. Besides the Public Works Department, we're going to have a few different members up and talk about their divisions within that department. I know we initially were going to go with fire and police, but I don't know if it was decided to change that up, so I'll let you guys. Looks like Rod, it's jumping up.
Yeah, we'll start with some of the Public Works elements here. All right, Rod, this is
Air Council.
first.
How you guys doing?
Good. Thanks for coming out tonight.
Okay. So this is a brand new experience for me doing this, so bear with me. If you guys don't know, we probably start this on our side back in April, working with Sarah, going through our budget, trying to figure out our line items and our operating costs. At the same time, we're working with the project coordinators and stuff, working on capital projects. And this is all based off of, the capital is based off the master plans and our capital project list that we've created for the 5 years. So I'm gonna start with probably water distribution. I'm over water distribution and sewer collection. So in water distribution, I have 3 guys. Part of that team, and on the sewer collection, I have 3 guys. Plus we have a locating position, which recently was just filled. So we're excited about that. And we have a meter reading guy. So on the water side, we have roughly about 5,200 metered accounts. Of those 5,200, approximately 1,300 accounts are the meters have read over 1 million gallons on that meter. So part of that cost of looking for next year is meter replacement to get newer meters that are going to be more accurately reading as they are used. You can tell I'm nervous.
You're fine. You're doing great.
So
We're just normal people.
I've never done this.
It's on the same way.
I've never done this before.
So the longer the meters are out there, they're getting worn and tear, and they don't accurately read. You know, they lose their efficiency, just like driving a car. You got to maintain your system. The meters also have, so our guy runs around in a truck and he's able to pick up a remote read to the truck. It's a program. They send a signal, bing, it goes up through cloud, and then Michelle and billing can pull that information that he's reading to get the usage for the month. And we bill the month prior. So when we're going to read next month, but we're going to be billing off of last month's. So when the bill comes out, studies have shown meters that are over 10 years old don't accurately read, which means we're going to have a loss of revenue because they're going to be reading less gallons of water going through them as they wear out. So then you're losing some revenue.
Rod,
Metering,
do they break too?
they do break. Very rare do we have people get tamper with them. They've got a wire from the meter up to the transponder. So when you pull the lid off, sometimes that wire can get damaged. They do have a battery in them. The battery typically lasts about 10 years is what we're seeing. So we're losing about 30 meters a month that are not reading, and we have to spend a couple days, and I'll gather the rest of the guys and we'll go out there and hand read them. And we're hand reading about 300 meters a month that aren't reading electronically. And I know Sarah always gets on my butt to get out there and make sure that we're getting the accurate read. So, the meters come under the line item of resale items, which we've kind of developed as our meter program line item. Metering also helps us, well, they help us collect the revenue that's due, but they help pinpoint water leaks out in the system, whether on our side or the consumer side. And they help us identify pressure issues. So that's about it on the meters. And I think I think I did capital equipment. I'm not sure that was covered in capital projects. We put in for a new vac truck for the water department this year. This last year, we're purchasing a new one for the sewer collection guys. So we're going to purchase, we put in for a new vac truck for the water guys. Anytime we have a water main break or a service line break, we use that truck to go out and fix the leaks. With the underground utilities in the ground, fiber, power, gas, everything going underground, our utilities and their utilities all somewhat are in the way. So we need that for safe digging and to fix leaks.
And Rod, for the council members who might know, the vac truck allows you to go down. It's like a big, super powerful vacuum. You can literally suck the whole.
Suck the dirt, hydro dig without using a mechanical digger like on the backhoe or a trackhoe. We can sit that tube down there with high pressure water and slowly go down without damaging other utilities. So.
And you use that pretty frequently?
It goes out in every job, pretty much every job. We can do some digging with mechanical with an excavator and a backhoe. to get down close to where the other utilities are. And then we'll bring in the hydro digger and
Do the last little
expose
bit.
everything. So, and it doesn't damage the other utilities. So, and the reason we're replacing it, it's a 2013, our operational costs on maintaining that truck are starting to climb. We're replacing a lot of the parts that are wearing out on it. You've probably seen our truck around. They got the big snorkel that comes off the front and the hose reel. And that's material that we're sucking up is pretty abrasive on all that all that metal. So okay, that's water distribution. Also on a capital equipment for water distribution will be a partial dump truck. The other partial will come out of the sewer collection department. And all our guys there are cross-trained. So the water distribution guys have a water distribution license, but they also have a collections license. The same with the collection guys. They'll have their sewer collection number 3 license or 2, but they'll also have a water distribution license. So we work really closely together down there. This dump truck will be used by both departments, and that's why I was going to split it. So, and I'm looking at a smaller 6-yarder truck to pull the equipment trailer with a mini excavator on it. With our streets getting smaller and smaller in town, it's hard to, for us to do our work, it's hard to get around with traffic and stuff. And plus it'll be used year round. So I try to get equipment that's utilized year round that both departments can use and split the cost.
And funding, Sarah, these are not general fund dollars. These are coming out of
Water,
water
sewer
and sewer.
funds, yes.
So,
Let's see. So, and then I'll go over, I think the big line item on the collections, wastewater or sewer collection is I increased the operating expenditures, supplies this year due to the lift station maintenance. We're going to be probably replacing about quite a few pumps in some of these lift stations as they wear out. We have 19 lift stations throughout town. We do have SCADA being installed right now. The B&E company's doing a great job. They've already got 4 lift stations done and are working on the 5th. So the guys have been working really closely with them. As soon as they get the equipment installed, we're out there testing it, adding water to the lift station so it creates a flood situation, like if a high water alarm, to make sure it's calling us out. So I think the project's going really well. So it's moving forward great. So and otherwise, most of the line items on both expenditures are the same. So we looked at last year's and we might have increased the fuel a little bit on some of them. So I think that pretty much covers it, really.
And that capital item that's up there, that's the back truck, is it?
That's half of the dump.
Yeah, dump truck, okay.
Half the dump truck on the sewer. So is there any questions? No?
Couldn't begin.
I have a question. How many would you guess water line hits did we have last year, and is that typical? I know we had one out in Kootenai Ponder Point last couple weeks ago.
Yeah, we had that water main break in Kootenai last week. Probably 4 to 5. And
some
mostly
of that's-
mostly it was service lines.
Yeah.
So because we had fiber tail coming through town and do that big drilling project.
Yeah.
For underground fiber. So I mean, they came from the west side and they went out the east side, and then they went along Ponderay or Kootenai out there. And based on our locates, they might only hit it a couple times. So.
And you've explained to me that during certain times of the year, the ground level sinks because of the wetness and rises. I know we get some cracks in the pipe in the budget for, like, if you lose a big section of pipe. I know they're probably usually ring cracks, but you ever get a vertical crack?
It's usually a circular crack.
Yeah.
And
it's
not proven. It's a theory of ours. I mean, our standard joke was that it was an earthquake that caused the water main breaks.
Yeah.
That might have got put out there. But after we kind of look at some of the historical history, you know, and I got a spreadsheet that I kind of track the water main breaks. When the lake starts dropping in the fall, it's pulling groundwater out of our soil. And that's my theory, that yes, the groundwater is leaving our soil as the lake drops and it's pulling it down. A lot of the old pipes aren't bedded properly. They're bedded with native and they're 6 inch. So we might have some shift in the movement and it's just creating a circular crack.
Yeah.
And those are great. Those are great breaks for us because we can go out there and shut a couple valves down, back down, and we have the main fixed within an hour and a half. Keep the main pressurized. Where we have the problems is like the other night, last Monday night, they're working out on the highway out in Cooney, and the contractor hit our water main break out there. So that took a little time. We were there all night. We started at 8 and we got done at 4:30
in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I was just wondering if you budget for repairs, pipe.
We do,
material,
and that's under operational. For
Pretty
the repairs and
consist-
stuff.
pretty consistent through the years, what you're
Yeah,
saying.
it's pretty consistent. Service line leaks throughout town, all over. As we know, our infrastructure is failing. We have galvanized service lines from our main to the meters. And the galvanized does not react well with our clay soils. So it barnacles up, not only on the inside, but sometimes, or not only on outside, but on the inside of the pipe. And if that barnacle gets so big on the inside, it can restrict the flow to the consumer. So we would really like to get back into the habit of going block by block and replacing galvanized service lines. It's been about 3 years since we've been able to do that. And that's like, if you drive down South Ella, from Dairy Depot down to.
That's why it looks like that.
All those craters.
Yep.
Not only did we fix the sewer lines, laterals there, but we were replacing all the service lines, water service lines at that time. So if we can get all that done, then we can come back in and
do the roads,
pave it, and there's a nice road that hopefully will never be dug in again. So.
Fine. Sorry to ask so many questions, but thanks. Any council members have any questions for Rod on his budget?
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Rod. See, painless.
Okay, like Chet and Street.
How about that Durapatcher?
What?
How about that Durapatcher?
Yeah, very, very nice. Very nice. If that was painless, mine's gonna be enjoyable.
All right.
Our budget really isn't gonna change much. With the recent purchases of equipment that we've been able to get, things are looking a lot better. Streets are smoothing out. We get a lot of high fives and rather than other things.
Yep.
But as far as the budget, mine isn't changing very much. I do have to bring up that I was talking with Sarah earlier, the graders that we are using are from 2000. So they're 24 years old. And our projects that it takes to repair these, to get them ready for winter time, is getting more and more expensive every other year that we go out. So those are gonna have to be looked at here within the next couple of years.
Do we lease those? Lease
Yeah.
purchase, all right.
They're
20 years old. That's our,
24 years old,
what's our newest one? The one I see out on big snowstorms going down Lincoln.
24 years old.
Wow.
We have the two 140Hs and the one 938. Those were all purchased in the year 2000 when the street department was formed for the city. We do have a new loader and we use that we have a plow on that and we use that because every year we were renting a grader And then it would go back during the springtime. And with the use of buying the loader, we could also use that throughout the entire year for other projects. But those graders and the 938 are gonna need to be replaced here within the next couple of years.
What would you, I mean, this is something, I see Samantha's back, so if she were to become our public works director, is that something you'd work out with her in terms of a schedule and
Absolutely.
phase out? Would you give us a red flag, yellow flag, green, I mean,
Kind of orange.
orange, okay? Okay. Good to know. Graders run what, 280 grand maybe?
That's what they were when we bought them in 2000. They're almost 450 to 500,000 now a piece.
And how many do we have? Two.
Two. And the 938 is probably right around that $230,000 mark.
That's the loader.
I'm sorry?
What's a 938?
Loader? They were, in the very beginning, they were purchased under the lease return policy. A lot of Caterpillar, John Deere, they have lease return programs where you lease it for 5 years, and then after 5 years, you return it. And it's almost at the price that you bought them at. And then you get a new machine, so you don't have your operating cost and your repair cost, but you'll always have a bill, a yearly bill. But then you're never in the position that we're in right now of needing equipment that's almost 3 times the cost of what our original graders were purchased at.
That's like a fun project to work on this year. Together a plan. I don't have any questions. I know you're doing a great job out there. I'm getting tons of, I got a thank you note the other day, fixing the streets, looking great, a bunch of comments. Haven't heard anything concerning at all positive from what's happening on the streets. So your budget's pretty much in line, slight increase. I don't have any questions. Council members?
Thank you.
Keep up the good work, Chet. Say hi to the crew and thank them for their hard work. Same to you, Rod, if you're still here. Operator of the year. MacGyver reincarnated. Man.
MacGyver's dead?
Is he? I don't know. So yeah, I'm Devin. I work at the museum down on South Ella. No, our budget's increased a little bit. We've got 4 operators myself. We're doing a new position for pre-treatment. We got an audit this, might have been 23 now. We need to get that program up and running, so that's another full-time employee. It's long needed. It's supposed to have been done since 1984, and we've kind of half-assed it the whole time. It needs attention. Other than that, obviously, you guys have seen it, requires a ton of maintenance. I need a bunch of money for a boatload of ratchet straps and some flex tape. We'll make it work. There's a truck in there, replaced the 2012 Ford that is really oddly just rusting away in spots that don't make any sense. We lost the exhaust heat shields, and the valve cover bolts have corroded. So we put that in there this year just as a preemptive, let's get it before it falls apart and becomes emergency. And then I got to get up here beg for why we didn't do it in the first place. And then one of the biggest line items you guys are going to see, and some of you have obviously seen this, chemical supplies. Like, we use a ton of chemicals, chlorine, sulfur dioxide to take out the chlorine, polymer to coagulate the sludge so we can run the belt presses and get it hauled off to woods. A ton of what we do requires chemicals. We're looking at hopefully getting rid of some of the chlorine. I know that's been discussed with a couple of you guys in the past. I would love to. It's going to take engineering because there's problems with the secondary clarifiers. It's got to be clean. It can't overflow like it's done in the past. Otherwise, UV light can't penetrate, stuff like that. But other than that, yeah, just keeping that place running.
So that's the challenge to going to UV from your perspective, is that the clarifiers have to work better because if it's cloudy water, the UV can't penetrate it and.
Yeah, that is the basic understanding with engineers and I have gone over. We have, I think this September, somebody coming to sort of verify that. But the suggestion was, you've seen the water. It's definitely not the color I'd like it to be.
Yeah.
The cloudier the water, the more turbid, obviously light doesn't penetrate as much. We all know that Pond Ray is gorgeous. You know, when you go to the Monarchs, you can see 30 feet down. When you're at City Beach, can't see 30 feet down. You know, light doesn't penetrate as much when it's dirtier. So that's the basis on UV. I think we'll get there. It's just gonna be tricky. You guys got any?
I have a little question, Mr.
Yeah.
Mayor.
Go for it.
I emailed you, I believe, I didn't want to bother you by a phone call, and the other gentleman who works there too. On the payables, you were testing for microplastics, and microplastics is just the big item these days. I was curious what you were testing.
I think, thanks for your question. I think, Kate labeled that as microplastics. It was PCBs. So
Okay.
polychloral biphenyls,
Right.
stuff we don't necessarily want in the water. That came in our new permit in 2018. It's twice a year. We test the river, so we have a baseline, which, usually is steady, but I have seen a couple last few tests have had an uptick in the river. And then we test our influent, which is always way higher than our effluent, and make sure that we're removing some of what's there.
Okay, thanks. Just curious.
Yeah, I just out of curiosity, how are chemicals like PCBs removed with the bugs, or is it flocculation, dropout, or?
Not 100% sure. They're kind of trickier than
Yeah.
than
Sorry,
our
Commissioner.
basic stuff we remove.
Good to get them out. Council, have any questions? I mean, it seems to me like the big, obviously you're adding that position, that pre-treatment under salaries and wages, purchase property and services. I imagine that increase is just due to additional services that you need in an aging plant.
Yeah. Yeah, and some of why our budget's up is inflation.
Yeah.
Just trying to keep up, making sure we don't run out of money. Chemicals have come down a little bit, but they were spiking there for a while. Supply and demand, obviously. Nobody was working for a few years, so they weren't getting made.
Mhm. And that's the supply line item of, yeah.
Are you talking facility supplies or?
What's up on the behind me here? Yeah, supplies, like 416. That's roughly what we're spending on chemicals and.
No, that 416 is facility supplies. Chemicals would be 4622. It's a way bigger number, 150,000.
It's part of the supplies.
Gotcha.
Yeah. This is the summary and he has the
A
detail.
line item, gotcha.
Oh, that makes sense.
And then in that property purchase services is the finishing of the SCADA program. So there is some costs that are, that's why the increase in that line item.
Well, I want to make this painless. I'm so grateful for what you and your crew do down there. And I know it's like chasing just a never ending problem, but hopefully we'll get that fixed up shortly.
Awesome. Thank you for your support.
Just one more comment I had. I voted today for you to have a view just like the water treatment plant when you get your new office. But I don't know if you can see Schweitzer from there, so you know.
You know, I'll take the river.
Yeah.
River's fine.
Yeah.
When it's clean.
Yeah.
Thanks, Devin.
Thanks, guys.
All right. Lori.
We'll be sitting down.
Want to be different. Does this mean it's longer? It's gonna be longer. Hope you guys are settled in for the night. My wife packed my sleeping bag in tent. Hope you brought your pillow. I won't tell you why. I'll tell you later why I sat down. But no, it won't be any longer. Thank you, Mayor, Council. Quick budget report on behalf of the police department. Want to cover just really quick some of the stuff you probably read. But so, ooh, that's really loud. put some context to it. So who are we? So the Sandpoint Police Department, when you look at our funding, which we'll talk about in a minute, covers 26 employees. Of those 26 employees, you can look at the chart really quick. It's myself, captain and lieutenant. We're basically your administration or command staff for that organization. Captain is set to retire any day. I say that because we're planning for him to retire someday, but he's reached his rule of 80, which means he can truly go anytime he's ready to leave. Myself, I reach my rule of 80 next year.
Wow.
And so we'll be at that stage in my life of what we're doing. And I say that because right after that, in the next 5 years, we have an additional four staff members that can reach that rule of 80 to retire. So we've talked a lot about with the mayor and in our 5-year goals and plans, or what are we doing in the police department to retain officers, to make them feel valued, to vet them, to get them to the training that they need so that they can take over the organization in that next 5 years. We have you guys hear me say it often, we have an outstanding staff, and we really do. And we've accomplished that through a lot of the training and resources that we put out there. But just to go down the list, we have 3 investigators. We have 16 patrol officers. Actually, that's 15 because one's in investigations. Within our patrol division, we have 1 school resource officer that's dedicated when school's in session. And we do have a contract with the Lake Pond School District for that position. In the summertime, when he comes out, he helps out in investigations. We have a canine handler. We don't currently have one right now. We will be having one hopefully next year. We retired our dog, if you remember correctly, last year. We're working on getting somebody else trained up and certified and ready to take that program over. So probably next budget cycle, we'll be coming back with hopefully some funds to start that program back up. Bike patrol's active. We talked a little bit in the recap. If you saw that, we got 4 e-bikes. They're out, they're being productive. They're a fantastic tool, especially with the amount of events that we have. And we have 3 community resource officers. They have a variety of tasks they're assigned. And sometimes I think it's more burdensome for them than some of our patrol officers sometimes. Code enforcement is a big challenge. I heard Councilman Dick talk about weeds. That falls under them. So I'll make sure that they know to get a hold of the property owner. Code enforcement, not only the weeds, the trees, the branches, the sidewalks, the building stuff, the delivering the letters, all falls under the crows. The parking complaints, especially this time of the year, is enormous. They do rounds downtown where they enforce parking. They do our beach. They're involved with our parks. And on top of that, they also do animal control, which is dealing with not only dogs, but complaints about chickens, raccoons, deers, and other animals that come within our city that they get tasked with. And on top of that, we ask them to be our liaison downtown. And so when they're walking around reminding kids on skateboards or on bicycles not to be down there talking with business owners. So it's a heavy lift for what they do, and they do a fantastic job kind of with that. Our mission's pretty simple at the police department, and our goal is really to protect and serve our public the best that we can. This last year, we've implemented a couple new things, but we asked the last couple of budget cycles for our hybrid cars, and we've got 3 of them put in the field. Our goal, if you look at our capital projects this year, our goal is to have some money to buy a couple more of those. That money allows us to buy those vehicles. We have another set of funding that allows us to upfit them. 2 of the 3 have been fantastic. I was talking with Pam this afternoon. One of them has got some glitches in the battery and the operation. The negative thing about buying hybrids right now is nobody in our local area works on them. So now we have to transport them back to Coeur d'Alene, and we have staff time that is involved with taking them down there, transporting them, waiting, going back and forth. So that is one of the negatives. The pros so far outweigh the negatives with them. So the goal is to continue to move forward with that. The bike patrol we talked about, we bought bikes last year. We have an active program. Part of our uniforming in our budget covers our bike patrol guys so that they're out and about and getting the training done, which is fantastic. The next little bulletin that I put in there is kind of reference to the animal shelter and I put the BTA in there because it really spurred the conversation on where we were at and where we're going as a city. Just with some of their initial proposal is how I'll say it for the funding that they wanted. And what we did, we're gonna see in our budget increase, we did increase it. It's actually 70, I misquoted in this one, it's actually 7,400. When you look at the budget, I know there's some concern of whether or not that's enough money to actually fund and take care of it. I will say this, that I've had several conversations with Mandy via email in the last couple of weeks. We've reached out to other service providers that are in that the animal hospitals, the shelters, some of those that are in our community. We've reached out to some. There is some interest in that. What that looks like at the end of the day, I don't know. But the mayor had already talked a little bit about it because of the threshold and the want that's out there. We're gonna have to actually complete an RFP, put it out to the public and to the region to see what we can get back and make sure that we're being good stewards of our money that we're spending for that. So you do see an increase in that. Looking at the average cost of what Cooney County, those guys do at their fee rate of $85, I think we can still handle it, even if some of those numbers come back a little bit higher. I think we'll still be okay. But that'll be something we'll work on as we get the RFP done and put out. So the hope is to have that done in the next 3 weeks, get that out and get some proposals to come back. And we'll just leave that at that.
Well, Chief, I'd just like to, because I know it's an elephant in the room.
Okay.
I just want to bring to the council's awareness sort of your role as council members, my role and staff's role as executive branch. Generally speaking, the legislative branch sets policy and funding levels for services that the city is going to provide. The executive branch manages the city, execute contracts, hiring, et cetera, services. And animal welfare is an area that the legislative branch can set a budgetary influence by providing a budget authority or a budgeted amount. But the city staff and executive branch, we solicit those services. So, you know, for bullets, for health insurance, for fuel, for rock, you set the budget, adopt the budget. We then go solicit those services. So, you know, when we look at control and care for dogs at large, you know, we need to be thinking, you need to be thinking in that light, like set us a budget. And the chief's job, my job, is to go out and solicit services that will provide that service for the budget that you set. If the budget's too low, a couple things happen. One, the chief starts engaging with his officers and says, hey, why did you turn that dog in? There's a tag on it that says 214 Pine Street. You know, go to 2124 Pine Street before you go to the shelter. In addition, we can, you know, proactively engage with the community to say, hey, we're running out of money for, you know, stray dogs. Please take care of your dog. Please don't pick up a dog. Maybe if you see it walking in your yard, it may be on its way home. But we would come back to you and say, we cannot provide a service or find a service at this cost that you've budgeted. We need additional funds. So, you know, the way things have been working in the past with this service provider, it was below those thresholds, but any other service in the city that is above $5,000, we go out for, you know, verbal or other bids for that service. We don't just say, oh, we got you, we're going to use you. Oh, what do you need? So in my mind, I think working with the chief, we'll be looking towards a service that provides intake of stray dogs. And what we need to understand, is it a price per dog? Because a blank all you can eat for the year number, what if there's 200 dogs next year? Or what if there's 2? Clearly someone's going to be on the wrong side of that equation. So my preference is, as what I'd approach a lot of services, what's the price per level of service? What's the price per unit? And we can negotiate with a service provider at that point. But it's certainly something that I'm sympathetic to. And, you know, we will work through once you set that level of service. I cannot guarantee you, once you set the budget, that Better Together Animal Alliance is going to be the service provider. At these levels, we need to look and publicize and secure other bids. So just wanted to leave it at that. And then we're also looking with our attorney's assistance at what is our statutory responsibility for collecting allegedly or actual stray dogs. And whose responsibility is that? It's an unfunded mandate from potentially the state. When you look at the code, it appears to me if we didn't have a dog license requirement in town, we wouldn't necessarily have to pick up dogs. So just wanted to sort of put a floater out there on that one. You have a question, Councilwoman Taquet?
A comment.
Comment.
Mandy did say she was going to her board to see about a per dog annual amount to do an annual yearly contract. I know that the chief has spoken with her about that. I'm just saying.
Yep.
It's
yep,
out there to
for
be,
sure.
to be discussed. Not on that. Can I ask you a couple questions?
Sure, I can pause.
Are you done?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay, I can wait. It's just, well, no, because I'll forget. I wrote it down.
No, you're fine.
Do you have EV stations then for your hybrids here?
No, so they're a gas.
They are.
But
Okay,
they're-
so then,
we don't
okay.
use- we don't charge.
Raccoons. I never call the police for raccoons. What do you do for raccoons?
Not much.
Okay,
Sometimes we'll hand out traps. We'll help relocate them. We'll get them in contact with other people that'll help relocate them.
did not know that.
But yeah, we do have complaints that'll come in. We've had them come in as cats breaking into.
A raccoon came into my daughter's second floor window this summer
So,
while she was asleep.
Yeah,
Don't grab them, Pam.
yeah, don't pick them up.
I am not seeing them, but they made what they call a latrine in my yard and I
Yeah.
had to pay $300 for somebody to come clean it up because I wasn't touching it.
Yep.
But I didn't know I could call the police.
Well, you call us and then we would put
You
you in
tell me,
contact
right,
with the
okay.
right people.
Okay, those.
Because we don't deal with them
thanks.
either. No problem. And just to kind of go back and deviate with some of the stuff that the mayor said, some of that priority is set by the council. In 2012, the council got rid of our animal control unit, 2012, 2011, which when they did that, basically, if you read the way the statute is read, it says licensed and or enforced or enforced or something to that effect. In the 2012, when the council got rid of the animal control unit that we had at the time, basically allowed us to stop doing that. So some of that influence is by the council design. The RFP is going to really articulate some of those things. What you've seen from the BTAA's contract, it was their wish list. It would be completely different from what I would classify as an RFP. It'd be something that is self-interested from the city. These are our expectations. The dollar amount per dog versus the overall is more beneficial. And there's some agreements with some of that stuff. So,
And the way to track dogs too, it's my understanding right now, they are classifying Sandpoint drop-offs. And what I imagine we would do is City of Sandpoint police drop-offs.
well, not only that, depending on the contract, it's really not where the dog was located. It's the residence in which the dog is returned for jurisdiction side of it. So if you think about it from a pickup location, we'll use the fairgrounds as an example. If Councilman Dick finds a dog in the fairgrounds and it kind of is hard, he takes it out to the animal shelter. He logs it in as locating it at the fairgrounds. It would be billed to the city of Sandpoint. However, the owner of the dog was actually located in Vadelwood, which is in the county. So the bill really shouldn't be a Sandpoint bill. It should be a county bill if that's what we're looking at. And so getting some of that stuff in the RFP of not really the location that it was found, but whose dog is it is critical. And if you look at that original contract submitted by the BTAA, that is something they were unwilling to provide us in law enforcement. And so some of that stuff in the RFP, I think we can work out with some language and the understanding of why that is important. I mean, to them, it probably doesn't care on where they live, but for us, it does matter from a jurisdictional issue.
And Chief, without putting words in BATT's mouth, my understanding is that they're hesitant to release that information to you because one, the city could then go collect a fee or misdemeanor fraction for those people. And there may be a resistance to come pick up a dog if they know they're going to get a bill from the city. Is that accurate?
No, that's pretty much exactly what Mandy said. Is the concern is if they track that information, turn it over to law enforcement, less people will come in and pick up their animals. But I think that's part of the RFP of what really is that our goal. And I spoke with Mandy, our goal really is to have zero dog shelters. Like we want to shelter 0 dogs.
As an aside, I spent half a day with the mayor of Ketchum last week. They were fortunate enough to have a $25 million animal shelter donated that he told me they have almost no animals in.
which would be a fantastic problem. I look at statistically speaking, so like last year, and I'll use her numbers because they're different from our numbers. Last year, there's about 100 dogs, I think it was 99 sheltered last year from the city of Sandpoint. And I put in quotes because we don't know what that means. This year, when I talked to her the other day, we're at 47, I believe, this year. And we're accomplishing that because in law enforcement, we're taking a better approach at what we're doing with stray dogs when we find them. We're actually, and I say this with our patrol, we're actually looking for collars, we're running the scanners, we're locating that stuff. There's a bunch of hoops to jump through to get that dog back to the owner, but we're taking a more proactive approach of getting those dogs back. And so we're seeing a drastic drop even in the last 8 months of how many dogs that we have sheltered. Now I know that 0 is probably a unattainable goal, but if we have that goal, it's something that we can work towards. And as we build our policies and our procedures around it, we can drop it down. From the police department side of it, last year we sheltered, I think we're at 55 or 57. This year we've done 23. And of those 23, 3 of them, I think were county. We helped Ponderay County do some. So even ourselves, we've dropped almost in half, if not more, just by doing a better job of being good stewards of our animals and getting them home. So I see those numbers going down, not going up, especially as we work to increase some of the awareness. So unless there's more questions on that, I'm going to go on. Okay, I think it's important as we look at our budget to really talk about what we do. So I gave you some really quick stats. So in 2023, I put not completed, but as of today, we're about 5,500 calls for service. We're right on track of meeting the other marks that we're at, which is those are calls for service. So anytime someone calls dispatch and law enforcement's dispatched somewhere, that's a call for service. If the officers make a traffic stop and find a DUI, that becomes a call for service. These don't include some cities, you'll see them put in like all their traffic stops, their citation numbers to inflate their numbers. We don't, we track all those separate. So these are strictly calls for service that were either generated by the officer themselves or by the public. So we're trending this year the same. And I say that because I sent you guys an email and you may not have read it yet that talks about our crime statistics that happen through the state of Idaho. They track the numbers a little bit different, but we're at it's 16.8% increase for the city of Sandpoint over last year. And our arrests were up, I think 3.5%. I say that because as you look at our budget overall, as we all know, Sandpoint's growing. Our tourist season is growing. I think the term is Mountain Town. I think
Mountain Town, please. Thank you.
We're supposed to be using Mountain Town. As we develop into this, we're not seeing anything slow down. And if you want to scroll down a little bit, as you look at our budget, our increase this year is really minimal. We're really good stewards of actually what we're spending our taxpayers' money on. When you look at and I know 3.6 million is a lot of money when you look at that. But when you actually look at that budget and you look at your graphs, 90% of that goes to wages and benefits for our employees. You take out the capital improvement of our cars purchases, and we're down to like 7% for operational cost. So everything that we're doing to make Sandpoint safe, we're doing on about 7% of that $3.6 million. If you look at those, and I won't go into the individual lines, but if you look at our numbers, you see very few increases within there. Our big increases are cars, some maintenance, the animal contract we increased. We dropped some other areas to try to offset some of that stuff. And you look overall, we're about that 1.1% increase.
Impressive.
Which is hard to do when you talk about the increase that we're seeing. Eventually, this is going to catch up to us, and we might have to see some jumps. But really, for me, is I look at that 5-year goal of how do we keep our officers, and not only the officers, but the fire department, the parks and work guys, and it's really in the wages. So you see that jump in that area. Somebody was talking about traffic. If you look at the traffic numbers, 44,000 cars in a 24-hour period, I think it is, go through 5th and Larch. So you think about our increase of numbers, and if you go to you can Google ITD, and you can look at those numbers and those tracking for yourself. All we're seeing is an increase and increase and increase. So when we talk about from the police department's perspective of trying to hold a hard line with some of our expenditures, I think we're doing a pretty good job.
Chief, I noticed, I know a lot of the officers personally, or some of them. I was pretty shocked to hear that most of them have second jobs. Is that accurate, would you say?
Yeah, it is. Just to live in Sandpoint and to be able to afford your family, and to, some of those want to keep their wives at home with their kids, do work 2 jobs, which is challenging.
And maybe for Sarah or Cheryl, when we do our, if we do our wage analysis next year, would you expect it to change based on what you know in the industry? And
Yeah, we've seen an increase over the last couple of years with some of the increases just in our region. I'm assuming that's normal across the state, but we'll get that when we do our cost comparisons this year.
And we look at that every year. We benchmark every single year. So we do that, but yes, that will be a more intensive, look at that.
Mr. Mayor, you know them personally, Chief. Does that have to do with grocery prices, like inflation, everything rising? Is that part of the?
For the 2 jobs?
Yeah.
Yeah, as everybody knows, Sandpoint's an expensive place to live. And even for those who were born and raised here or had the opportunity to be here for a while, when you start making life choices about keeping your wife at home with the kids, or having a little bit of vacation money on top of it, we pay okay. But when it comes to the cost of living that we have,
Right.
it's not by any means great. And so,
That's tough.
yeah.
Maybe we'll write a letter to the Fed, say, quit sending money to everybody else and give some to the country.
We'd
Right?
love some more money.
That'd be great.
I was gonna get into like some of it, but I don't want to overkill you. I think it's pretty good. If you're curious about more of it, let me know. And when you look at like our training, training's probably gonna go up in the next couple of years. We're about $900 an employee for training in a year, when we have some of the greatest liabilities out there. We've really maintained some of that. And we do that because we've certified some of our officers to be actual instructors within the city to help save some cost. And I say that just because we do everything we can as a city to help keep our taxpayers in, hopefully happy, or at least in check, knowing that we're being diligent in spending their money. So, but I'll stop there unless if anybody has questions.
Chief, more just a comment. I want to mention, you did some analysis last week. Am I correct? It was about $70,000 to bring on a new officer before day one.
Yeah.
They're ready and trained.
Yeah, the national average for an officer is we like to throw out like crazy numbers, like it takes $100,000 to train a new officer in a year. And 18 months is the national average. And so we're looking at hiring a new officer. And so I wanted to break it down to the mayor so he could get a perspective of what that really looks like for Sandpoint. And I was about $67,000 in 6 months, just to get them through the background checks, the psychological, the physical testing, the time it spent staff to get them trained, post requirements or training. So the whole gamut, including wages and loss with 2 guys doing stuff. I think it was about $70,000 in 6 months.
Okay.
So it's expensive when we start to lose officers that we've had for a while.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Duquette.
Just like I asked the fire chief, I don't know any of the officers, which is good because I've been a good girl. But I would like to know who they are. So when I see them, I know who they are. How would that work? I mean,
I was gonna say speed in Sandpoint, but.
no, I don't want to. And I ride my bike and I can't speed on my bike.
You know, we
Like-
do have them come into the council meetings. I think it's something that maybe quarterly we could do a better job as a department head of bringing in some staff. Even if it's as simple as as an introduction, doing a slideshow and highlighting a few of those officers. So I think that's something probably as a citywide, we could do a better job of recognizing our officers. Once a month, we do something in the city. If you're not working, we do we have a get together that council's invited to. So I would encourage you to even come to is it every other week? Once a month? Once a month, we do a little appreciation for our employees, and they come in and we provide some snacks for them. So
The
we can sit
breakfast
down.
thing that I just always,
So I
okay,
would
I
come to
never
the-
seem to be
If you're
free.
not working, come to the breakfast thing.
Okay.
And come and you'll
The
start to
police,
meet.
the
Yeah.
officers are,
Yep, we're there. The whole city's invited. We usually fill the room up
right.
for about a half an
I'm
hour.
just always
So
missed
come.
Yeah, it's right here.
Yeah, it's right here. It's
Great.
fantastic. If you want to get to meet the
Thank
Coffee,
officers. come down.
donuts.
Thank you.
Fire chief set the bar pretty high with the slideshow though. So.
That was pretty impressive. Don't tell them I said that though.
Anyone, I'm impressed. 1.1% is amazing. Anyone have any questions for the chief?
That's amazing.
Thanks for your hard work, chief, and please pass that along to your crew. So keep us safe.
Thank you.
Chief, while you're here, for a second, any word on that, update on the fencing around the Army surplus?
You know, that's a fantastic question. I spoke with somebody in Public Works.
But
He's shaking his head no, in the aspect of approving the permit for the cleanup.
yeah,
And
okay,
I
yeah, but,
I'm looking for, so I do know that,
aren't they working with the insurance
Yeah.
company to?
yeah, I got an
clean it up?
email 2 weeks ago wanting to know that the scene was released for cleanup. And I apologize because I don't remember who was approving it, but I told him it was good to go. He was supposed to be approving the permits to go ahead and get that stuff done. So hopefully that's in the works. I can find out and email the council as a group of where we're sitting or the mayor.
No, I
Mr.
recollect.
Mayor, yeah, just, I was the
don't-
one that
yeah,
brought that up,
absolutely.
and even if he can't do that because he can't find people who have equipment to get it cleaned up, can we get the sidewalk and the glass in the streets
Yeah, I'll get that.
swept up and
Absolutely.
managed?
Yeah, if it's Fifth Avenue, the state will come back and sweep it again. If it's a side street, we can get Chet's crew to come out and sweep it up.
Well,
But
it's a little bit around the corner. Can we just do the?
oh yeah, if it's just a little bit, we can just go out with a broom. Public Works loves to do
I
that.
could do it with my house broom, but I usually don't ride well, I could maybe ride my broom over there with my bike,
No
I was
think that's a no
asking just
but I
because
don't usually do that.
I know there's an insurance claim, there's a process that the property owner has to go through to actually get
And I
the
think-
work approved and
And I
paid
think
for.
we're right on task with that. I know he's got people outlined, he's got the permits coming and so, but we can look at the little things to help out on the outside.
Yeah, the right of way, not his property. I understand the permitting piece.
It's just
so-
right where you push the button.
Yeah, it is. I know.
Glass, yeah.
Thanks, chief.
Thanks.
I've ridden through it 5 or 6
Yeah, me
times.
too. I do it. I go on the sidewalk.
Fire.
Push the button.
Who sang that song?
And just for Joel, I have to do a PowerPoint because there's no uniform in the world make me look that good.
That's great.
That's a handsome fellow. So with the fire department, I mean, we went over kind of like our staff and a little bit ago. We actually ended up saving money this year. So we went through some changes, obviously, but it wasn't all due to the changes that the department has gone through. When we started our budget process, we set out with a goal we wanted to keep our budget as close to the budget that we had that we're currently under for the proposed budget. We wanted to try to stay as close as we could. And we wanted to use that basically as our base to build for the future. We want to get our litmus test is this budget going to be what's going to work for us? We knew we were going into union negotiations, that got all cleaned up. So that all got entered. We did end up saving some money. We did that also while updating our records management system to a new platform because that was going to be going out. It's even a little bit more expensive than the one that we're currently using. We were able to accomplish, I think a lot of it was, we were able to accomplish a lot of our larger maintenance items. We were able to get those done this year rather than pushing those into the next year's budget. So that, and that was for our apparatus. So that, I think that helped out a bunch. And it's kind of like, what Chief Coon said, it's in emergency services, the larger portion of your budget is really your personal services. So, theirs is around that 90%, ours is around that 85% mark. So we just went into it, talking with Sarah, we found different ways, we're always looking for ways to improve, and identifying other cost savings for our budget. And another big hurdle this year, I think, is this is going to be our last payment for the ladder truck this year. So that truck will be fully paid off. So we'll free up some more funding next year. We'd like to keep that in the fire department. I'm just politicking for that now. Don't know if it'll happen. And our real big project this year is our capital project for the SCBA compressor. And we've kind of already gone over that. So if you guys had any questions, that's pretty much us this year.
Chief, I have a question.
Mhm.
Given that we just went through the union negotiation, at least this summary says that salaries and wages are gonna drop, and that's counterintuitive, given the union negotiation we just completed. Can you explain?
We had, we were covering, we had a portion that we were paying for the deputy fire chief. At the time, we also had a portion that we were paying for, the administrative assistant. I don't know if anything else that,
Yeah, so the budget in 24 included the deputy chief in this budget, and now, and this year it doesn't, and that offsets basically the new union negotiation increase.
Thank you.
Are you surviving without a deputy chief?
yeah, it's working. That's working.
Awesome.
Yeah. Good job keeping it flat.
Any questions for the chief? Good job, chief.
Yep, good to go. Thank you.
Hi, community development.
Welcome.
You've got two people that have kept their budget flat to down, so we have expectations.
Ours is down by about $7 million next year, so beat that.
Beat that.
No
Managed to
capital.
find $7.5 million of budget cuts.
No
True,
capital.
true story. Okay, community planning and development. We have, I think, around, what is it, 9 divisions within this department?
Yes.
So we'll go through these fairly quickly. And Sarah, please step in if I'm making any mistakes, because some of these are like brand new divisions. This first one, if you could scroll back up just a
Oh, yeah,
sec.
sorry.
This is to kind of find a home for some roles that were previously under central services and IDS, infrastructure development services. So included in this administration division of the department is myself, Heather, Maeve, and our admin assistant, Kelly. We are tasked with kind of overseeing the administration of the budgets for long-range planning. And you can see here what our long-range planning efforts are going to be in the next fiscal year. We've got as identified by this body just a month ago when we adopted the comp plan. We heard you say that the direction you want to go is towards amending that commercial A section of code first. And along with that is going to be looking at a historic overlay district. So we've got $25,000 in the budget to possibly engage with an outside consultant, although I will say we plan to do most of the work towards that effort with our planning team, including Heather, Bill, Radhika, myself. We do have a little bit in the budget, though, for some external consultants services towards the establishment of a local historic district. We do have 50,000 in the budget. This is something that's statutorily required every 5 years or so, is an updated to our ADA transition plan. Our last plan was updated in 2017. So we are going to be putting out an RFP quite soon for an outside firm to come in and do an updated ADA transition plan. This is required for federal funding, and we are overdue for a new transition plan. These are just, we do not have any specific art projects identified. These are just based on what we have generated from the urban renewal downtown and north districts. You can see the amounts there. We do anticipate seeing some progress towards the implementation of phase 3 downtown revitalization next year. Included in that will be some placemaking art, historic preservation components. So we do have, just as a line item in there, no specific projects identified, 150,000 for downtown. And as we move into the next phase of the Great Northern Project, there will be some opportunities for placemaking, wayfinding, art efforts there. So there's $100,000 just in the budget. We have no specific allocation for that. And then the rest of our budget for this division is just for basically the salaries and wages and benefits of the staff whose salaries are paid out of this division. So we can go on. The planning division, as I mentioned earlier tonight, we have a full planning team now. We've got Bill, Radhika, Heather is part of her responsibilities fall in the planning division as well. And then Kelly, our admin assistant. I did just put a bit of a narrative here for the public's benefit, the difference between short range and long range planning. Or current planning is short-term planning is sometimes called. So we've just wrapped up the ultimate, long range planning effort with the comp plan, but we will be undertaking some additional long-range planning efforts in the coming year. Current planning is just the day-to-day. This is what we meet about as a team every day. These are the applications coming in for subdivisions, for short plats, for building permits, for conditional use permits. The planning team focuses on those efforts. So the budget for long-range planning services is actually that admin division that we just looked at. So the budget for planning is really just the staff salaries and benefits for the planning team, including primarily Bill and Radhika. So moving down to the building division. This is our, oh, I did also mention we have a building inspector. We have 3 members of the building division team. That is Pete, our building inspector, who will soon be a fully, I should say he's our interim building inspector until he's received his
Building official, right?
Sorry, I'm sorry, building official, correct. Thank you. It is getting late.
No.
Pete's working on finalizing his certifications in the next couple of months to become the permanent building official, at which time Garen will become hopefully the permanent building inspector. He's currently the interim building inspector. And Olivia is our amazing permit tech who works with this team to support the processing of building permit applications, basically, and all the fun stuff that goes along with inspecting all the new construction that goes on in town, commercial, residential, industrial.
And collection of fees. impact
Oh, yeah,
fees and other fees,
absolutely.
yeah.
Yep, this is also, Olivia does a great job of building the fee schedules that go with every new building application. Of course, we have, well, part of this comes from Public Works as well. We've got the NUFs, the new utility fees, but we've also got the development impact fees. We've got the permit fees themselves. And this is all falls into the responsibility of our building department.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
So who specifically is managing the ADA?
The ADA, so we, that's a good question. Christine Kuhlman was our ADA supervisor or ADA coordinator, I think. It's not like there's not a vacant position. That's usually just something that somebody takes on. I believe it's either going to be Pete or Brandon, our engineer, who are going to ultimately fulfill that role. So as we undertake the ADA transition plan, we're also going to have to identify, per federal law, an ADA coordinator at the city. We currently don't have somebody in that role because Christine had the training and certification to do that. I don't believe Pete currently has that.
No, but we do.
So are we in the process of getting that training or budgeting for that training for whoever's going to take that position? Maybe this is next year's budget, but I just want to make sure that's on the radar right now.
Well,
And
as
then in
the
the interim
50,000 in the
contracting.
budget for the transition plan will help us identify what that role.
Yeah, and
looks like.
Christine's currently available.
I'm
for
sorry, yeah.
contract For that
You-
role. A lot of it, you remember Bruce Robertson, he was doing it for a while. A lot of it comes down to more the engineering and design elements. It's well suited for an engineer or someone, you're going out and measuring the grade of approaches and things to that effect. So, yeah, we expect, we have a number of people who would be qualified in the department to take that title. There's a raffle in the lobby, and there'll be.
Everybody wants it,
having
I'll
a
tell you
name
that.
Drawn for that.
We do have Christine under contract right now because we need a.
Right, I grasp
Yeah,
that, I
yeah.
understand that.
Yeah,
I also understand they measure ramps and do the
It'll probably be
engineering. so-
Brandon or Pete. That's my guess.
Okay, so let's make a plan then for
We
next
must.
budget.
It's required
Yes,
by federal
yes,
law.
it is. So let's get on
It's
top of
no
that.
additional budgetary cost. It's more of an assignment to an employee.
Well, if we want them properly trained, there will be additional costs in
Training.
the budget, so.
Air Park Maintenance Division. I asked Austin if he'd stay till 9 tonight. He said, heck no, he's probably out fishing. Austin is our amazing parks maintenance supervisor. He handles a team of 6 now, full-time maintenance workers. We just welcomed a new one this week, actually. These guys keep our parks and our public rights of way in good shape. And you can see what some of the costs associated with that are. I wish I could have had Austin here to celebrate his work. He is just an amazing team member, very responsive, and he is a problem solver. So he goes out there, just like our police and fire divisions are doing. He can solve problems at incredible response times, and there are often problems that need to be solved in parks where we're looking for ways to use Austin to actually achieve more with our parks capital improvements so that we're not always going out, to engineering firms and contractors for things like irrigation for some landscaping at a park. So Austin's been a great asset for the city, and he manages over 130 acres of park space plus hundreds more acres of public rights of way, including all the downtown landscaping is taken care of. Our stormwater drains in the sidewalks in downtown, those are all maintained by Austin and his crew as well. So they did kind of like our utilities team request some new vehicles this year. Their vehicles are even older, 2004, I believe, a Ford Ranger and one other truck. So we did approve and find the money for the purchase of 2 new parks maintenance vehicles to replace the 2004 model trucks that they're driving that literally have plywood in the floors because the floors are rusted out. So they're very excited to get some new vehicles this year. Okay. You may not know it, but the CPD department also oversees all city-owned facilities and buildings. This includes our shop over by the airport, it includes City Hall, it includes the community hall, it includes the maintenance sheds in all the parks, the shops in the parks. Lead lock, oh yeah, sorry, the buildings that we lease out to the private sector that the city owns, and Austin and his team are responsible for the maintenance of all of those facilities as well.
Kind of went through all that last week, so I don't think we need to cover that again, the parks capital improvement. So-
We can look at it quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is something that's been a learning curve for me as well. We have basically 2 ways that we can fund parks improvements and parks expansion in the city. We've got the Parks Capital Improvement Fund and the Development Impact Fee Fund. So the next slide is the Development Impact Fee Fund. Really, the Development Impact Fee Fund, which I guess we'll look at in a second, but just for the point of distinction between the two is investments in our parks that specifically are to serve the growing population whose growth generated those development impact fees. The Parks Capital Improvement Fund, this money comes from parks user fees. You can see there's quite a bit of money carried over from the James E. Russell donation. Some of this is also from grants. The parks team has written so many grants. The installation of lights at Traverse Park, that's around a $49,000 project. We expect it to be underway before the new fiscal year starts. So some of these carried over are based on estimated amount of work that will still need to be done after October 1st when the fiscal year starts. But we are not drawing from our typical Parks Capital Improvement Fund for the items you see there around the completion of the Traverse Park playgrounds and James E. Russell and the skate park. Just to give you a ballpark number, we generate around $300,000 a year in parks capital improvement funds. So you can see at the bottom that our hope is to leverage that money towards grants so that we can accomplish more than $300,000 of parks capital improvement projects. And those projects, just like any division within the city, we identify those from our master plans. When we go to tackle new road projects, we look at the multimodal master plan. When we go to tackle new parks projects, we look at the parks master plan. So we've got a couple of projects from the parks master plan identified to begin as soon as conditions allow in October, hopefully. The HVAC system at War Memorial Field, that comes out of the War Memorial Field Reserve Funds, which is a little bit different than the overall Parks Capital Improvement Fund. Those funds can only be used for improvements at War Memorial Field. Correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, quick question.
Sure.
Trying to understand the capital improvement plan funds. That's all user fees, $300,000?
Yeah. RV park generates around 1,000 or 100,000, sorry. This year we're expecting maybe 35, 40 from the festival of Sandpoint.
Okay.
And then every time a sports program or club in town rents Memorial Field or September 2nd, we have the Ponderay Cup coming to Traverse Park. That's going to generate a couple $1,000s of revenue for the city. That's the big soccer tournament. We've got lacrosse on the lake.
Beach Mortgage.
City Beach Mortgage is a big one. Yeah, that's the biggest. So it's the use of our park facilities that generates the funds that we use to reinvest in our parks. And when we get to the James E. Russell page, you're going to see that it's the use of the James E. Russell facility that generate the revenues to operate the James E. Russell facility. So we're not drawing from the general fund for parks capital.
That was one of my questions on number 5.
Yeah.
But good, answered it.
And then you've got the impact fee. You guys know because you approved this, our desired use for this fund this year is to actually purchase new park property. specifically the Union Pacific right of way. That's still a process that's in negotiation right now. And then we've got carried over. So another thing to point out is that for 7 years up until 2021, the parks budget was being topped off by the local option tax that we had for the construction of War Memorial Field. That 1% local option tax that paid for all the improvements at War Memorial Field allowed the city to basically accumulate the regular parks capital improvement funds, which we put towards the Traverse projects this year. And that's how we got this $560,000 for the playground match that we put up for a match with the LWCF grant. So that $560,000 was a couple of years of parks capital improvement funds that had been accumulated because we had been earning revenue from the local option tax for our primary parks project between 2018 and 2020. Well, probably more like 2017 and 2022, which was the Memorial Field improvements. Some of that accumulated parks capital improvement funds were also put towards the skate park expansion this year. So you might recall that the skate park was around $450,000. 300 of that came from parks capital improvement funds that had been accumulated. So when we see, and some of that also was coming from development impact fee parks funds. So you can see that some of this is being carried over into the new fiscal year because again, we know that the playground will not be completed in this fiscal year. It will be completed by December. So we have to budget some of those previous year's funds to complete 2024 projects in the new fiscal year. That's where that 137 came from. As with other divisions, the rec division is fairly self-sufficient. Are self-sustained. We've got all of our rec programs, which we are in the process of trying to grow. We also support the lifeguard program out of the rec budget. You can see that we've got the 50,000 in there for lifeguards for 2025. And we are hoping to use that to recruit and train lifeguards for next summer. Other than that, this is all of the youth and adult, sports and wellness programming that Katie Bradbury offers Katie and Cami, I should say, through the rec department.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Duquette.
you told me there was more money than that for the lifeguard fund.
Can you explain, Sarah?
This is just the wages. So there's also benefits that go along
Okay,
with this. So
okay.
this probably
Thank you.
should be updated to include
Okay.
all of that.
Thank you.
We'll
Okay.
update that.
Well,
So
yeah,
this is the narrative, the actual, this gets done, the numbers are in the budget
Okay.
page, and
I
I believe it's closer to 89,000.
yeah, I think that might have been my mistake there.
Learning curve.
89 sounds right.
Oh, you're fine.
I'm trying.
Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
just real quick, Jason, was there any issues this year at the beach for not having lifeguards?
Not that I've heard of. I don't know if the police.
Yeah, maybe.
Heard of any.
Like drownings?
No.
Great, that's good.
Fortunately.
Okay, I think the next agenda item is about the fee schedule update. I came to you 3 weeks ago with a preliminary fee schedule. We did, I think, a very successful community outreach, had 243 survey responses. And we did right in here, we had 30 people come and participate in a very effective discussion about the fee schedule. But the fees that we've proposed for adoption are basically built, and the membership estimates, the usage estimates are built to support what you see here, which is basically an operating budget for the James E. Russell facility. We're aiming to have a staff of 5 or 6. That's 1 full-time building supervisor and 5 part-time staff. So this $190,000 is based on that staffing goal. This is just like any other parks facility. If we don't achieve the revenue levels needed to staff it at that level, we won't be staffing it at that level. And it won't be open to the public as much as we'd like it to be, because it does have to be self-sustaining. That's just the fact of our Parks and Recreation Department. So if you scroll down, Sarah, we can see just more of the budget detail around what we're putting into the budget for the James E. Russell Sports Center. Maybe to that table there. Yeah. So about 190,000 for staff wages and benefits. We've got 25,000 for reserves. I think I mentioned to you before that we, just like Memorial Field, we need to put money aside for the future maintenance and eventual replacement of the fabric exterior, which we expect to take place in about 30 years. And they're going to be supplies and costs. We've got utilities and things like that that are going to go into the operations of this facility. So it's around 250,000 a year that we expect to operate. But again, our budget forecasts, our revenue forecasts are greater than that. And if they don't achieve that level, then we'll be kind of scaling back the operations. Okay, the RV park we mentioned earlier. The RV park, I'll remind you, has only been owned by the city for 2 years. This is only our second or third season of operating the RV park. I think 2024, summer 2024 is our third year of operating the RV park. When it was acquired in 2022, the intention was for it to only remain an RV park for a couple seasons. The future of the RV park is kind of up to you all. Our parks master plan envisions a boat launch in that location. So the parks division is kind of awaiting guidance on what you'd like us to do in that location. The mayor has made some suggestions. We do really value it as a revenue source. $100,000 is not small change. It's about a third of our parks capital improvement budget. So any alternative use of that location would severely hit our parks capital improvement fund. So I like having it. I'm also very aware that it's not up to the greatest of standards of levels of experience. So if that's something that the council would like to see us invest in, that's something that our department is interested to explore as an opportunity.
We've identified, visiting with the state folks, significant grant funding available to improve that. So my preference, and we'll fill you in on a pitch, is to apply for some grant funding to properly pave, grade, new electrical hookups. It's pretty rare that the city could have a revenue source like this.
Some landscaping,
It's
perhaps,
pretty
beautification.
significant. So we may have to go back and revisit the parks master plan to make that amendment to it, going from boat launch to revenue source as an RV park, but we can have those discussions in the future.
We also have that other report
Oh, yes,
that we could reference.
the other report.
That's all I'm going to say about that.
The design report envisions this location for trailer parking, boat trailer parking, not RV trailer parking.
The master plan or the report?
The design report, the master plan puts a boat launch here, which requires significant dredging of Sand Creek.
Okay, yeah, I
quite a large
didn't memorize it all, so.
I'd like to come back and revisit some of those now that we have. a
No, I
different-
think that that plan needs to be revisited for sure.
Good.
I was-
Yeah, it's a massive amount of revenue for our parks program.
And our final division of many is the parks concession. This is the Marsh's Snack Shack down at City Beach. If you can scroll down, we do have, again, almost as a placeholder, the costs of operating the snack shack in the last year that we operated it. This year, I'm sure you're aware, it's been basically licensed, operation has been licensed out to a entrepreneur who's doing really well there. We do think we'll probably go put that opportunity back out to the community, do another RFP next year to find a local business that would like to operate it. They're paying rent. What that means is that, you can see what it cost us to operate. $76,850 in summer 2023 is what we spent to operate that facility. And whether or not we actually earn that back kind of depends on a lot of variables, the amount of smoke, air, the temperatures, how late it rains in the season, how early fall comes, really. But more importantly, the amount of admin, this doesn't even account for the amount of admin time that went in on our staff side to recruit and to manage the team that was running the snack shack. This was our previous rec superintendent's basically full-time job during the summer.
Oh, he was
managing
ordering
the
ice cream and soda, and I mean, this lease thing, private contract is slick.
Yeah. So we have decided to put that back in the budget for next year, but we anticipate possibly not having to spend that next year and going back into a contract with the private operator. So.
Yeah, my suggestion was that we keep this in here because if we don't have it, we can't go back without opening the budget.
Right.
So put it in here. If we need it, then we can use it. If we don't, then we won't use it.
Now, unfortunately, that doesn't just free up $80,000 so we can put into other things because this was a revenue generator for the city. So if we're not running it, we also don't get to keep the revenue other than the rental income that we get. Yeah.
All right, I think.
Okay, we made it. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Jason?
So,
Thanks.
Yeah, if I
Okay.
can't remember last
Thanks, guys.
names, but
Yeah.
thank you. Does that wrap it up, Sarah?
Right now. Have.
Oh, central services.
Yes. Central services.
I didn't mean to forget you.
Make this painless.
Like having children, which is your favorite division?
The shortest.
Have favorites.
Okay, so, so central services is actually made up of 4 divisions within the department. One of the divisions is Central Services Division. That makes up grant administration, human resources, and contract procurement. Then we have legal, we have the IT division, and we have city clerk division. So within the Central Services Division, there is 4 positions in there. Mine, and I also, as Central Services Director, I also still act as the grants contract procurement manager. And then we have a human resources generalist. That position is vacant currently. And the grants contract procurement specialist, who starts on Monday, and an admin assistant who starts at the end of August as well. So it will be almost fully staffed. Within the budget this fiscal year 25, it includes an increase in professional services for the job study that we want to put out. That job study is part of the strategic plan for workforce productivity. It will look at every position. It will look at every staff member's job function. It looks at the pay, the functions, and it does a thorough analysis. That is in the budget for this next year. It should be done every 5 to 7 years. It has been over 10 years since the city had a thorough job study done. So that is included in the budget for Central Services Division. You'll also notice a decrease in salaries. That is due to the removal of the grants contracts procurement manager. It got absorbed into my position. So we no longer pay that salary, as well as we're not going to have an asset manager. So that reduced the salaries. And we moved the mechanic who was over in Central Services over into the Public Works budget, which just makes more sense. We also, in other purchase services up there, you're going to see an increase for next budget year. That is due to the raising rate that we're seeing with ICRIM for the city's insurance. It went from the city portion of 185,000 for this year. It is going to 284,000 next year. It's a significant increase. And so part of what we're going to do is look at what our options are. But this is what is in the budget for now. Also, you're going to notice, it's a slight increase in supplies. It's not a huge amount, but it is an increase. That's to accommodate the supplies that are needed for the commissions that have been added, and an increase in various dues and license subscriptions that are in the department. We can move on.
Minus 34%.
Overall, you'll notice the department budget overall is lower. It has seen a decrease in the overall, so that's good. Legal services is the other division. There's a slight decrease there, just about $22,500. And it's really status quo. There's just an expectation that the expenses will be lower next year than they were this year, based on current spending. And then we move over to the IT, Information Technology Division. It is staffed with 2. We have an IT manager and an IS specialist. They do an amazing job trying to keep our system up and running and safe and secure. So within the IT budget,
we are seeing a reduction in the professional and technical services portion. And that is that we are not going to be spending $20,000 a year in the contracted support services, since it's pretty much done all in-house now. And we're also gonna, well, we're expecting a reduction in GIS services. So that is reflected in the budget there, which is, you'll notice it is a significant reduction. So they've done a great job being able to just keep those services we used to pay contract for, to keep them in-house. The supplies has increased, you will notice, and that is a result of we've already started the migration over to a new backup system. And the new platform, we have to pay 3 years upfront. So initially it's high, but year over year for the next year 2 and 3, we're gonna see $20,000, $25,000 savings in that particular platform alone. So next year it'll be lower, but this year, that's why there's such a spike is a big part of that. Also, we're seeing a pretty good increase in the patrol car Motorola software. We're expecting that to go up somewhat significantly. So, and the other portion of the increase just has to do with the information technology division now pays for all of the city software. And instead of the different departments paying for software, it's all being centralized into the IT budget. So that also impacts that supplies line. That's where software is paid from. So now we can move on to the city clerk division. The city clerk division has a staff of 2. The deputy city clerk is new, and it has been a valuable position to have assist the city clerk. And you'll notice the salaries are increased in that, and that is a result of the city clerk being brought over to the city clerk division. That position was funded, but it wasn't reflected in this division's budget. So now it's just moved over. So it's showing an increase in that particular division's budget for salaries. And then you'll notice an increase in legal advertising under the, yes, you'll notice there is an increase in legal advertising, which requires the budget increase. And that's just because of all the legal ads that we are having to put out there. And it's just part of the operations. And lastly, we have general government projects and grants. This is all of the projects that don't necessarily fit into other department budgets. And so it goes into here. It's like the miscellaneous projects. So we have a placeholder of $1 million for grants. And the spot is in here, and spot is showing that we're planning on increasing it by 10,000 to 95,000. And then there's the downtown parking lot improvement project is put over here, as well as the impact.
Those are urban renewal dollars. Those are coming to us. We have to budget them, but they're from urban renewal.
Yes, it doesn't necessarily say the funding source, just where the projects are being charged to. So, and that's really what I got for central services. Is there any questions?
I don't have any, Cheryl. Yeah.
Perfect.
So much, painless.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
I'll just quickly talk about finance. Under the finance department, we have finance and we have utility billing. So we have 4, in the actual finance department, we have 5. One is a utility biller, and then 4 county manager, payroll specialist, and the accounting specialist. And we do have a variety of different things that you read and see every week or every council meeting. So I don't really, there's not really any changes to mine at all. It's very status quo. So I don't really have anything to add besides the same.
Someone's gonna have a question. Can't get out of it that easy.
Okay, it went down.
So with staff turnover, so you will see this in every budget when you have staff turnover, especially if somebody is at the top step and then somebody comes in at a lower step. So that a lot of times affects the and you'll actually would saw that in the police budget when you expect someone to retire, they're usually at the top and then they you hire someone in at a lower step. So
It's good. It's good.
good answer. So there's no decreases in our pay.
Thanks,
All right,
Sarah.
I think that is all that we have for the budget presentations for department and divisions. I would encourage you, if you have individual questions for them, reach out to them or me, emails, phone calls, whatnot, to we can research and get more, I guess, detail for you. If I find a common theme, then I can address that at the next meeting for everyone. And it seems like that's worked in the past, so.
Thank you for all your help you've given me.
Yes, yes, no
Honestly.
problem. And then at the next meeting, we will do more of a high level budget to budget, year to year, kind of the trends, the different funds, kind of go into that a little bit more. Ask any higher level questions on budget, just government budgeting, anything like that that you have. And then again, of course, it's going to be the public hearing.
Thanks, staff, for staying, and thanks, everyone. We do have some guests in the audience, so I'm going to try to move these next couple items pretty quickly, and we'll take a break. So next, under new business, the city is in the process of implementing the new website along with 2 related integrated services.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you. Yes.
I do believe there's a work session workshop on the fees under old business.
Oh, I'm under new business. I missed that. Thank you. You are so good. Fees, yes. Next, we'll review and discuss the proposed changes to city fees. I'll again yield the floor to Sarah to get us started.
Right, I did not have the pulled up, so let me get it real fast. If you want to.
I've got it.
Oh, okay, there you
Yeah.
go, never mind.
So I think the only change in the fee schedule since 3 weeks ago was the James E. Russell fees. Is that correct, Sarah?
Yes.
So just to give you a quick update, I mentioned this earlier, we did do community engagement following last council meeting. That included a targeted survey of the primary user group, which is tennis and pickleball players. Not to say there won't be many other users of this facility, but because we were trying to assess the preferences around fees for tennis and pickleball, that's who we targeted. We reached out to the Panhandle Pickleball Club, actually worked quite closely with the president of that club. We worked with Sandpoint Tennis Association with the board of directors. They did outreach to their members, and then the Facebook groups, Sandpoint Pickleball, Public Pickleball, sorry. Between those, there are something around 900 members in our community, and we had 243 of those respond to this survey, which is a pretty darn good sample size. So we're pretty confident that this yielded some useful results. I am not going to go through every slide. I did email this to you last week. We started with basic demographics. We wanted to know how much use our community generally does of the different activities, times. But what really came out of this was preferred fee fee system. So I'm just going to take you to the one slide that I think revealed, and in fact, this is ultimately what we ended up going with. So we asked people to rank 3 possible combinations of monthly membership fees versus per play fees. There's basically three ways you can go about funding a sports facility like this. You can charge people a lot of money up front and then make it very cheap for them to come play each time, or even free. An example of that is the Spokane Racket Club. It's $109 a month to be a member there, but then you don't pay a per visit fee. And we had members in this hall tell me that that's what they prefer. Why don't you, I had one person say, why don't you just make it $120 a month and then not hassle, free after that? And I said, well, that would be great if we were running a private racket club and there would maybe be 150 members in the community and you never have competition for court space. You'd always be able to show up and just play whenever you wanted. And we'd probably cover all of our costs, but that's not what we're going for with this. We need to find balance so that we maximize the use of the facility. Our objective is not just to cover our costs of operation, but to get as many users in there as possible. That's why we did this outreach. We're confident we could have covered all of our costs by charging $120 a month in membership. There would have been 150 or 200 people in our community, wealthy people willing to pay that. The intensive users who have high incomes, which generally racket sports users are. On the other hand, you could have basically no membership fee and just charge, a high fee for every time you come and play. That's kind of the blue line here, $15 per session with no monthly membership fee. That actually was the second option, and that is one of the options that emerged in our fee schedule. And for people like myself, that's probably what I'll do because I play on average 4 times a month. If you play less than 4 times a month or less, that's going to be the option for you. If you're an intensive user and you play 4 times a month or more, it's going to be a cost savings to get a membership and then pay either $5 for tennis or $3 for pickleball, which is what we ended up with in our fee schedule.
That's 19 and up, you said?
Yeah, and of course this is free.
I came with my daughter, it's $15 for me, she's free.
Right, kids are free to come to be members and to come play. That's one of our guiding principles. There is a discounted membership rate for city residents. We understand that, city residents are already contributing not to this facility directly, but to the infrastructure surrounding this facility, the streets that we use to get there, the parking lot in front of the facility. City residents should, and I think the mayor agrees, should pay a slightly lower fee for the use of this facility. So what we ended up with in our fee schedule, I can put that up for you really quick. It's not the easiest thing in the world to read, but I'm not sharing that, am I? Anyway, you've seen it. It's $40 a month for Sandpoint residents, $45 a month for non-Sandpoint residents. And then each time a tennis player comes into play, it's $5 per person during the winter season and $3 during the summer. And each time a pickleball player comes into play, it's $3 during the winter season and $2 during the summer. Just to give you a ballpark, and this is, again, so much conversation, so much time on the phone and in face-to-face conversations with these users. We are targeting around 350 paying members in the winter and about half of that in the summer. And if we achieve that level, we will more than cover our costs of operation. And that's with an average of 4 times per month that those members are playing either pickleball or tennis. And of course, there will be users who play a lot more than that. And there will be users who play less than that, possibly like myself, who may not get a membership, but just pay $15 each time I go. So a lot of thought went into this. I was an economist before I did this job. This is one of my favorite things I've done at the city. And I really enjoyed the community outreach too. I think the community really enjoyed it. And I heard a lot of positive feedback from the users. They were very thankful that we engaged them in this investigation. The fee schedule includes, community room. It includes different groups such as, nonprofits, school groups, for-profit use. We've got all sorts of fees in here, but the primary ones you need to know about are that monthly membership fee and that per play use fee. There's also the option to reserve courts. That's an additional, I think, $10 for tennis or $8 for pickleball. It's not required though. Anybody can show up and play. If there's a court available, you can get on it. And then there's still going to be at least 1, sometimes 2 times a day, a 90-minute block where it's free for anybody to come play. Adults as well, non-members, that's going to be our community court time. That was one of our guiding principles, free for youth, opportunities for free play for the community. And then we were really looking for equity and access as our primary objectives here.
Can you say that open court one more time? You said 90 minutes a day?
90 minutes every day. And on Saturdays, there's 2 90-minute blocks. And this is preliminary. We haven't actually done outreach on the operations schedule yet. That's something we're hoping our new facility supervisor, when we hire that person, can oversee. But our preliminary operation schedule includes about 8 90-minute blocks per week where it's free for any community member to come.
All the courts will be available for free?
Yeah, the whole facility. Yeah.
For free as in for kids, not.
No, for adults too.
Adults would be free?
Yeah.
Cool.
Now, my hope is that the courts are packed and those adults who really value that space are like, wow, this facility is cool. I've gotten my, experience, but it's also like, what if I want to come at 3 o'clock and right now I'm here at noon? Well, $15, you can come.
And
right?
if somebody's there not playing pickleball, just playing, hitting a volleyball around or dribbling a basketball.
So there will be, ultimately, we still have to do outreach with other sports user groups.
I mean, like if it's,
No,
if they
that
get kicked off,
the
like,
community time will be for pickleball and tennis.
like you gotta
Yeah,
go kids.
until
Okay.
we've come up with other,
Right.
you know,
Cause sometimes
programs.
at volleyball, you have they have a spike ball in the sand and it's a volleyball court.
That's a good question, yeah.
I just kicked
No,
it
that's a
off,
great,
but-
yeah, that maybe we can have a spike, that's something the city could
I'm
program as
not
well.
promoting that. I'm saying, is it gonna be regulated to make sure that?
I'm saying that's a great suggestion and we should look into it.
Of course, it is a great suggestion.
Yeah, but we have, that's one of the questions we just haven't thought about
Yeah,
yet. What
year-
if, what
year
if,
one's
what if
gonna
four
be-
guys show up with a spike ball sessions net and they say, hey, it's community court time, can I come play spike ball? The answer is probably gonna be yes, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, because we want you using it.
Jason, I know, I don't know what's more difficult, herding cats or getting pickleball players and tennis players to agree, but good job, amazing job. The city as an employer doesn't offer the highest wages in the area, in the country. Maybe Zach or someone else, but I'd love to look at if there's a way to provide membership for city employees as well as a benefit for working here, so.
Yeah.
I think that'd be good. Council members have any question on the amendments to the fees?
So I wanted just to chime in that typically this doesn't come back to you right now. It's just the only usually we present it at the beginning, we hold a public hearing. But since there are changes, we wanted to put this in front of you again because it is different and that's what was published in the paper are these changes. Just an FYI.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman.
And maybe this is an education question for me. Help me understand why the fees increase. Now, separate from James E. Russell, I get that, but all the other fees in the schedule that are proposed to go up.
So the other fees all increased. One, we have increases in wages that support, and that's what the fees are supporting is the cost to do those services, provide those services. And then also just cost of inflation. So like even you saw in budgets today, the supply costs go up, which is again, that's part of the services that we're providing. So a lot of those fees, actually I should say most all those fees are supporting the city's services on the back end.
And when's the last time we raised these?
We look at them every year. So every year during the budget process, we come and we propose new fees or increases in fees.
Thank you.
And the statute is fees over 5%. It's a public hearing. We can go up to 5% without a public hearing, so.
The other caveat I will add is that the utility fees that you see in here, there was a whole rate study that went on about 2 years ago. It was a good 1.5 to 2-year process that we went through. And from that rate study, similar to what we're going to be doing with the impact fee study, that those fees are all derived from that rate study. And they are, I think 5 years is what they were in that rate study. So if you do want more information on that, I can send you links to all those rate studies and the outcomes of all that.
All right, if there are no other council questions, we'll proceed relatively quickly. My hope is we can get through these next 2 items pretty quickly. Take a quick break and then we have an executive session. This is item 11, double checking because I'm getting a little foggy. Next, under new business, the city is in the process of implementing the new website along with 2 related and integrated services purchased from our new website host, Civic Plus. One is the new agenda meeting management platform that is working well and has been used now for the past 3 months. I'm happy to report that the new website will be launched this month. We're just putting on the finishing touches. The third and final piece of this transition is to MuniCode, the city's new codifier. As relayed in the staff report, MuniCode is one of the country's oldest codification services in business for over 70 years and offers a variety of features, upgrades from our current service. We believe the city council, P&Z staff, and the public will appreciate and find it easy to use, particularly as we begin code cleanup we'll be undertaking for the next 2+ years. With council's official approval under this ordinance, staff can finalize the transition and we should be up and running with our new services in a matter of days. I will let you know that we've been working since February on the new website. Great input from staff, users, myself and others. Really excited to deploy that. It's going to be more user-friendly, more specific to information that people use frequently based on our understanding of who's use these, what sections the existing users use on the website. Each department will have microsites that they can manage and populate with events and related information. So with that, does council have any questions? Hearing none, are there any members of the public who wish to comment on the Muni Code and website updates?
No, Mr. Mayor.
I will now ask the clerk to read the title of the ordinance.
An ordinance of the city of Sandpoint, a municipal corporation of the state of Idaho, providing for the republication of the Sandpoint City Code by the city's new codifier Municode, codifying and compiling the general ordinances of the city of Sandpoint through and including ordinance number 1413, providing penalties for unlawful alteration or modification of the code, and providing for ordinance publication.
I would entertain a motion that the ordinance passes first reading by title only and the summary is approved.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Spiro, second by Dick. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Rule. Yes. Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Sprow,
Yes.
Counselor Howard,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette.
Yes.
The ordinance is passed as first reading by title only and the summary is approved. I would entertain a motion that the rules requiring 3 separate readings, once in the ordinance entirety, be suspended, and that the ordinance pass in its second and third readings under suspension of the rules.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Schreiber, second by Spiro. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Sprow,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Rule. Yes. Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Howard,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette.
Yes.
Motion passes and the ordinance is considered read, passed, and adopted under suspension of the rules. Will become effective following the publication in the summary in the newspaper. Next, might need a quick break here. We'll discuss the proposal for a local option tax to fund street and sidewalk construction. Let's take a quick 5-minute break. And Melissa, can you send me a link to Zoom so I can share my screen? It's 9:00. Reconvening at 9:11. Next, we will discuss a proposal for a local option tax to fund street and sidewalk construction. Council members, public, having sat in this chair for a little over 7 months and acquainted myself with the shortfalls and challenges that we face at the city, one of the critical areas of shortfall is funds to improve our roads. Not just improve them, but to maintain them, and not just to maintain them, but prevent them from literally falling into the clay. We, as you may be aware now, we are limited by state code to a 3% increase in our budget in terms of property tax, our general fund collections. Once we pay our benefits and salaries, those increases, there's literally no or very little new money to move forward. For context, as was in my memo, I think you understand, per Idaho code, cities that are designated resort communities under 10,000 people have the option of placing on the ballot with council approval and publication language that would authorize a local option tax. It requires a 60% approval of the voters. City has gone out at various times for a local option tax in the past. Most recently, the successful local option tax funded improvements to War Memorial Field. I believe the public was pleased and felt that that was a successful effort. As we heard tonight, Ponderay, when they were talking about Spot, Ponderay has a local option tax. Theirs is expiring this year, and they intend to go back to the voters for a local option tax. Per state code, you can pick and choose what elements are taxed under this proposed language. In Ponderay, they tried unsuccessfully for a couple of years to pass one. Eventually, they had to get the large retailers and auto dealerships on board. They did that by exempting purchases over $1,000. So just heads up, if you go to Ponderay, if you pay $1,001 for something at Home Depot or wherever, you get the local option tax not applied. For us, we have not nearly the retail base that Ponderay has. We know from our historical collections that the local option tax is directly attributed to grocery sales in Sandpoint. This figure 1 at the top, You can see it. These were our most recent annual collections from the local option tax. And what I want to point out is that during our peak tourist season there, you can see it goes up significantly. In fact, over these 4 months, we collect something like 30, I have it in my memo, but it's 34% during that portion of the year. I bring this up because I don't pretend to favor this tax, especially when the main driver of it comes from food sales, grocery sales. It's a very regressive tax in that respect. But what I'm trying to show here to you and will promote to the, or at least explain to the community, is that in April, that's kind of our mud season. So we assume that there's not a lot of tourist activity then. That's sort of our baseline collection of that local option tax the last time it was in place. So you can really see the delta here between the 80,000 collected in April and the 149,000 collected in July. That bump is primarily related to tourist-related activity. So I just, 53% of the lodging tax that we collected in Sandpoint came in those summer months. So I want to just start by emphasizing that this tax isn't going to just be paid by Sandpoint residents and arguably those who can least afford a tax, but it's going to be paid significantly by outside residents and visitors to our community. When I looked at what would, and I validated that, I pulled some data from the Idaho Lodging and Tourism, and they show our lodging tax collections. That's down here, sorry. These are Bonner County-wide lodging tax collections, again, by month. Again, you look at our sort of mud season low, and then you look at the summer bumps. Significantly, sometimes seven times greater collections. That's really that lodging tax created from visitors outside of the area. So again, those correlate well with our last tax collections. I just really wanted to bring the data to you to show you that tourists and visitors are paying a lot of that. I also wanted to look at what would this potentially mean to a household in Sandpoint. This is some data from a variety of sources, but as you can see, food is about 12%, almost 13% of household expenditures, typically groceries. So when you apply that to the median household income in Sandpoint, which is about $60,000, and you take 12% of that, it looks like the typical household will be spending about $77 additional if this tax at 1% were applied, or about $1.48 per week. So just to start off, I wanted to sort of set the framework for what would this impact be. As I talked about our roads, if you're not aware, in 2019, we did a pavement assessment. That pavement assessment is not coming up well, but I can get you this spreadsheet and this data. It's a dynamic model that they built for us. You can plug in all sorts of factors about your annual expenditure and other things. What this graph is not coming up well for some reason, is trying to show the black line is our pavement condition, and it continues to degrade. This is 60% of our roads are in poor condition, and it keeps going down if we do nothing. Obviously, in the next, few years, we go to like 90% of our roads being in very poor condition. The red line is basically the city, a steady state, about $500,000 a year of expenditures on our roads. We did pass that lodging tax for an additional 7%, which bumps up our investment in roads significantly to about $1 million from those dollars. That keeps us just above. We still decline, but we kind of hold our ground. And what this blue line here represents is if we were to pass a local option tax, we could bring our roads up to beyond national standards, or at least 2 national standards. And at that point, the thought is that we could at least maintain what we have today instead of dealing with this backlog. So Holly, who's sick today, was going to be she's probably online, but I don't want to, she's home, she's not feeling well. I don't want her to jump in at this point. But she put some dollar figures together based on what would it take to bring our road network up to a place that we would all expect. The most expensive option would be what she calls a full reconstruction. This would be base rock, curb gutter, new surface, stormwater, sewer laterals, and sidewalks. 330,000 linear feet of sidewalks throughout town. That number is pretty significant, $343 million. I don't believe, I mean, maybe we could go out to the voters and ask them for that. But that's sort of the golden option. The next option that Holly put together was what she calls a rehab all. This option's a little more palatable. It includes road rehabilitation. It includes sidewalks and laterals. Again, the sidewalks are really important to me because if you're not aware, our sidewalk funding system is arguably equitable at best. And with the in lieu and grant funding, you may live on a street and we may get a grant to do sidewalks on that street, so you don't have to pay for them. In another example, you may be on a street and you pay the in lieu, and that money goes to pay for a portion of sidewalk of your neighbors who doesn't have one. So I hear about this very frequently, a lot of calls and emails about the sidewalk program. So these first two options would basically have the city take over all sidewalk construction throughout the city. You build, whatever you do, we're going to pay for the sidewalks, install them. And I think there's a benefit. If this passed, we could do these at scale. We could ideally bid these during a recession, probably get some very competitive bids on them. And obviously, the scale that we could do them, we could certainly get much better pricing than how it's currently occurring. So those first two options do include sewer lateral, fixing all those laterals you heard about today or in the past where they're leaking and we've got other problems, sidewalks, stormwater improvements. And then the final option, the most modest, would just be what Holly's calling a rehab to national average backlog. That is where 15 to 20% of our streets are in that very poor condition. That number is, 36 million of hard costs totaling about 44 million. So those are sort of very gross. I will refine and tune this working with Holly, but very gross numbers of what this would look like. So finally, what I wanted to show you, if this will zoom in close enough, is what does a 1% tax do for us if we imposed it, and how does it work towards those backlog? So assuming, currently this first, 8 years, 6 years, we have that resort city tax, lodging tax on going out throughout this time. So we have, that should have been $1 million. We've got our general funds that we're paying. So that's a resort city, the 500, that falls off in 2033. It goes, 2034 it goes away. But what I wanted to show you is our current expenditure on streets with currently and how that affects our backlog. This column here where my cursor is, this is that most basic, that third option, just to try to bring them up. We still have this massive backlog, 41 million, 40 million. And if we go out 25 years, at the end of 25 years, we still have a $26 million backlog of our street repairs. So if we could get that local option tax at 1%, again, the most basic one, rehab to national standards, we start really chipping away with that. I put a 2% inflation on these collections. And these collections, by the way, are probably pretty low and conservative. I'll tell you, I spoke to one grocer. I won't name them. They expect to do significantly significantly higher revenue than they were doing in the past years. Almost double what they were doing for grocery sales. Anyway, so this shows with the 1% local option tax with a slight escalator there, annual escalator, where we get on that backlog. So after 25 years, in fact, after 15 years, we could get ourselves to that national backlog. So this tax would accomplish that. Looking more robustly, could we do that next phase, rehab all streets with the sidewalks and the sewer lateral? It's a big number, $91 million, but it looks like, based on conservative collections, after 25 years, we'd be about $3 million away from that. And that would be, in my mind, a once and for all solution to the street problem, the sidewalk problem, the sewer lateral problem that we could offer our residents. And barring a solution like this, I can tell you the road conditions, even with the Durapatcher, will, and we have data to prove it, and go through it with you, continue to degrade to a point that it won't be an exaggeration that we'll be driving on gravel streets. So what I have before you tonight is a broad request to give me another 2 weeks to put together and respond to any of your questions, tighten up this data with Holly, really go through the specifics of what this would accomplish. And then at your August 21st meeting, come back to you with a formal request to authorize us to put a 1% sales tax for roads and sidewalks out to the voters this November for 25 years, with all revenue going to our streets and sidewalks. With that, there's questions, we can have questions now or next meeting. The real critical driver of this is code requires that Melissa, our clerk, deliver to Bonner County by September 6th, that actual ballot language. And I'll finalize my portion here. Obviously, I've been through 4 or more of these local option taxes, some approved, some denied. There's a educational component. Per state code, we're not allowed to tell residents to vote yes for this. We can spend money on educational material, such as what is this tax going to cost you? What is this tax going to accomplish? Beyond that, outside entities, such as asphalt companies, cement companies, engineers can lobby for and support and say, vote yes. So all in all, I would imagine if you approve this, I would hit the local pavement, going to Rotary, going to speaking engagements, educating our residents, doing stories with the Reader and the Bee, really trying to present this to the voters in a fair, balanced, and accurate way of what this would accomplish. And again, barring a solution like this, I do not see any path forward to fix our roads. So with that, questions, comments, thoughts? This is more of a check-in just to prepare you of what I intend to bring to you on the 21st.
I have a lot of comments. So if somebody else wants to go first, you can do that. So my first comment would be, you've given us a lot of pros. What about the cons when you come back to us? I don't expect you to answer any of this today.
Sure.
Just giving you a list so you can be prepared next time.
Yep.
I think 25 years is an awful long time. It seems like we're being rushed and pushed up against a deadline. I don't love that. I'd like you to come back with a lot more information on all the new revenue sources that are going to come in, including with the new hotel and the increased lodging tax we already put out there. I'd like to see the figures on that. We have, as you mentioned yourself today, when we went to the water treatment plant, Seasons, one of their last units came online, so we're going to get a lot more tax revenue there. We drove around town today and you pointed out to me all the other subdivisions that are getting finished. The multifamily places, again, more increased sources of tax revenue. We are a very small, concise, tiny, less than 5 square mile town. So we don't have to pave more roads, but we will have more revenue. I'd like to see what those numbers are. I'd also like to see more specifics. can't just be roads, sidewalks. We absolutely need to include the pathways, the Dover pathway, the Boyer pathway, any pathways within our parks. I don't think it's fair to put all those pathways on the backs of the park system. This is the first time I've heard about the sewer lateral piece being included in the roads. Like some more information on that. I'm assuming that's the lateral from the main to the curb line and not the lateral to the homeowners expense. And then I'd like to be cautious in that you know, we as a city here heard a lot from a lot of other great departments. And I feel like we're kind of choosing just one area of the city. And maybe there could be some regrets or some cons to putting all our eggs in one basket at this point with just this piece of it. The urban renewal will also sunset, I believe, in 29. So our revenue sources are going to change because of that. I think if we spend 25 years doing the streets, that we're going to see deterioration in other parts of the city. So again, I sort of said that earlier. And then I'd like to see more specific uses defined, potentially a limit on the amount that we would spend on streets. And if we have more collection in a year's time frame, then we would defer that to other departments that may be in need of other revenue sources within the city. That's,
Yeah.
I think, and then I don't like the part about taking over the sidewalks in the sense that a lot of people have had to pay for their sidewalks. And if we're doing that, we're going to subsidize developers, and I'm not okay with that. We're even going to subsidize maybe individual homeowners. You know, the guy next door put up his new house and he had to put his sidewalk in, and we changed this, and the guy next door buys the lot and puts up his new house, and the city comes in and pays for the sidewalk. So that's really gonna create that whole problem that you yourself said you're dealing with how in lieu of fees work. So thank you.
Quickly, I've got a couple answers. I know there's other council members who want comments.
We don't have to answer tonight. I prefer you actually take some time to process that and answer later because it's late, so.
Okay, well, I just want to talk to you about the duration real quickly. So we are pushing up to the next census. We can't, unless state statutes change, we can't offer this to the voters once the next census.
That's
once we
10
break
years from
10,000.
now, almost.
6 years, 5 years, 6 years, 2030 census, yeah.
Okay.
So that's the real crunch. And then the other one is the city of Haley was running up against that population limit, and they went out 25 years on a local option tax, which I thought was ingenious, you know, okay, getting in for a long duration for a well-supported project.
Time frame isn't my problem. It's that we're
duration.
putting all the eggs in one basket.
Yeah.
Duration makes sense because I know we could lose that funding, but I think because of the duration, we need to spend some time thinking about what we're doing with that.
Great. I will definitely respond with lots of facts, figures, and responses. Other council members, concerns, thoughts,
Mr. Mayor,
questions? Go
I'll
ahead,
save a
Councilman
lot
Swan.
of mine for the next meeting, so we're not here till 11, but just with focusing specifically on just the streets, correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't that would be able to allocate different fund or general fund to?
Yes.
It would just, it'd
Absolutely.
free up for the different pathways and
Yes,
things. Okay.
exactly.
All I got.
Anyone else have, and you can contact me in the next 2 weeks too, if you have questions. I wanted to bring you up to speed what's going to be presented.
And Mr. Mayor, I think my only, Deb hit a lot of those as well as Joel brought up a great point. One other thought was, had there been any consideration given to public transit, specifically to Spot to bolster the narrative? It's not a giant,
ask, no.
Not a giant ask, but for pulling vehicles off of those streets.
That's a great point. Well, if things come to you in the next week and a half, I'll be building this more formal, more detailed presentation. This was more just to get in front of you, give you a ballpark picture of the conundrum I see us facing. So recognizing it's late, I will move on to the items pulled off of consent. We'll take care of that, and then we'll jump into session. So the first item was number 5 off of consent, proposed resolution change order number 3 to Dreamland Skate Park LLC, skate park expansion, city agreement A 2353-004. I believe that was Councilwoman Duquette who pulled that off.
And like I said, these are quick. You kind of answered my question about, I'm trying to get a handle on the CIP, where that money comes from and what you can do with it. And then I had a question. It says in here, maybe I missed this. I don't know that I was on council then. The contractor oh no, an issue with drainage should already be known because every time we dig over there, there's an issue. But it said that because the city's decision to not construct the path, why was that a decision made, I guess? I don't know if I missed that somewhere, or when did that happen? That
So there were early versions of the Traverse Park plan that saw that you're aware of the rerouted pathway between the existing tennis courts and the James E. Russell. That pathway had to go for the excavation work and the foundation of the James E. Russell building. That was relocated to the east of the tennis courts. Excuse me. There were some early concepts of the skate park that showed that carrying on along the east side of the skate park and then basically carrying you out to the sidewalk on Pine Street. Partially based on my decision, that concept was modified to carry that path back to where it used to terminate at the southwest corner of the tennis courts, because I believe that having a gateway to our 1.4 mile path around the Traverse Centennial Great Northern Sports Complex, having that access from the parking lot made more sense than having it accessed from the southeast corner of the skate park down on Pine Street's sidewalk. So in that decision, we're ultimately going to put a path on the east side of the skate park, but that work wasn't done before the skate park was completed. So we will, in fact, we're going to do it internally. I mentioned the skill set of Austin Hull earlier tonight. He and his parks maintenance crew are actually going to pave the path on the east side of the skate park. But there was originally the expectation that that work would be done before or in conjunction with the skate park being built itself. And the city might be able to then do the curb that we ultimately had to pay Dreamland to do. So it would be a lot easier if I took you to the skate park and showed you what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And I don't unfortunately have photos ready to show you of the work that they did. But if you can just imagine the skate park itself, the surface on which the skaters, the scooters recreate, is down, kind of recessed in the ground. You know, we excavated a lot out, we built these rollers and the concrete was all put on top of that. But the skate park did not initially include this transition to what is currently an earthen grass covered berm on the east side of the skate park, but will hopefully next year become a paved concrete sidewalk connecting Pine Street to the pathway around Traverse Park. So again, it would be a lot easier if I could show you this.
right. So you're going to do the path anyway.
Right. If we had not done this additional $9,000 of concrete work, which is what this was, then we would have had a recessed skate park with basically dirt and grass right up against the skate park. So the drainage and erosion was really, you know, having no transition between the skate surface and the natural earth and berm was definitely not ideal. So what they ultimately did, and it turned out fantastic. It was this red painted curb along the east side of the skate park that formed a transition. And even if we never do the paved path on the east side of the skate park, it's permanently done now. It would have been left incomplete without a transition where, you know, if we had had a heavy rain event or something, we could have seen like a landslide where all that earth could have slid down onto the skate park surface. So this was $9,000 to shore up the earthen berm east of the skate park. We are intending to, and again, parks funds are extremely scarce, so I'm not sure if this is going to happen in the fiscal year 2025. We haven't even got a clear cost estimate from Austin yet. It would probably be I don't know, a $15,000 project if we went out to a concrete contractor to do the path on the east side of the skate park. We're planning to do it for a fraction of that cost, materials plus, our park maintenance crew on our own team, hopefully next year. But we could not have really opened the skate park to the public if we had not done this work to shore up that earthen berm on the east side of the skate park this year.
Okay, and so the funding is sourced from the Capital Improvement Fund?
Yeah, as I mentioned previously, we freed up around 105,000 plus 250,000 from the original plan to resurface the outdoor tennis courts, the original plan to hire a design firm to do a dog park design for us, hire a design firm to do a non-motorized boat launch design for us. So this is just tapping into those. We have no ability to increase the amount of money in our Parks Capital Improvement Fund. This is just coming from an allocation from those
Because
projects that were planned a year ago.
Those projects you've mentioned with other change orders too.
Oh, yeah, we're still, as I promised you a few months ago, we're probably going to tap those funds out to get done with the skate park and the playground.
What donations are coming from the skate park?
To this date, they've donated about $62,000. There was an original.
For this change order? No.
No. And the only remaining work on the skate park at this point is the lighting, the LED lighting, for which we received the $50,000 GEM grant.
Okay.
And we are under contract with Backcountry Electric, and I think they're planning to do that next month.
Okay, it just sounded like to me that you were going to take some of the funds for this change order from the county, the state skate park.
Bonner County Skate Park Association. They did donate $62,000 towards the skate park project.
Right, I
But
saw that.
unfortunately, they don't have
Okay.
another 9,000 laying around.
It's just my questions.
Yeah.
Because it says it hasn't been budgeted.
And it's true that the curb was not budgeted for because there was the expectation that the pathway on the east side of the skate park would have been done before the skate park was completed.
Okay.
I respectfully just want to say thank you, Jason, and I feel like we are inches away from the finish line on these park projects. And I appreciate the council's endurance of these change orders. We heard tonight from Keller, and I just want to emphasize that the staff has done an amazing job. You heard our engineers say that projects planned and designed during the pandemic have doubled in price. This project was planned with a minor $100,000 contingency, and they have delivered this project.
Actually, I've done more research, Mr. Mayor, and in the 10 years leading up to 2021, the average inflation rate in the construction industry was 3.7%. When this project was budgeted in 2021, early 2022, the contingency that was built in was based on that 3.7% inflation. Then we saw from 2021 through 2024, 8.1% a year in the public works construction industry inflation. That means we've seen over 24% inflation in the last 3 years when we expected and budgeted for around 9 or 10% inflation. So we did, in fact, the original estimated construction cost of the building was $700,000, $7 million, which would have included about an 8% contingency because we had a $7.5 million donation. So we had $500,000 budgeted for a contingency, which is more like 8.5%, which is the standard in the construction industry. And then we saw 24% inflation, which is why we've not only far exceeded the original estimated construction cost of this, but we've had to value engineer out. And you'll see in the next change order, which we also were going to look at, all of these parentheses, and there's actually a parentheses missing here. This should have been deduction, remove monument sign. That should have been a parenthesis as well. These are all value engineering decisions that we've made to take money out of the final cost. So this change order includes $50,000 in cuts from what was originally planned. And that's been necessary because of that 24% inflation.
And
So
those are good.
you could say, well, it was 2021. Why didn't you foresee, the effect of the COVID stimulus and the fact that the construction industry would see 24% inflation over the next few years, but nobody saw it. We heard it from Keller earlier tonight.
Yeah.
No, I think
No, I do
you and staff
appreciate the
have done a
value
great job.
engineering for sure.
Does that answer your questions on number five?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Councilman Schreiber, you had some questions on number 6?
So this work has already been done.
The athletic surfacing's not been done.
No,
the
we're
skate
still on
park?
item,
Yeah.
we're still on item 5.
Yeah.
So that work has already been done. Do we even have a choice of denying this change order?
It would probably come out of my salary.
How did it get done if it hadn't been?
The contract, cement people were on site, literally pouring. And
Well, the skate park people did this
People,
and they've been
yeah.
off site for almost 3 weeks now. So
and they were literally to leave, and they're like, you're gonna have a drainage problem. And we're like, we can do it now or mobilize, do all the other stuff. So I said, do it.
Gotcha. Yeah. I had one other question. We got.
about the
far
skate
down
park
this
or
rabbit
about
hole.
the
About
other
the
one?
skate park.
Have you been on it?
What's that?
Have you tried it?
No, I have not. No, I'm ready to move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Number 6, did you have some questions on number 6?
Oh, yeah. Do
Councilman
we need to
Schreiber?
vote on number 5 first?
Sure, we can take a vote. I guess this would be a roll call vote to approve, consent calendar item number 5. Is there a motion?
Wait, so if we disapprove it, it's still done? No?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, there's
Okay,
no,
clear.
there's no option, really.
We have a motion from Counselor Rule.
Second.
Second from, I'm gonna put Schreiber on that one.
Be my guest.
Roll call vote.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Sprow.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Excellent. Let's move on to item 6, removed from consent calendar, proposed resolution, 5th Amendment to change order number 5 to agreement with Geno Construction, Traverse Park renovation phase 1, city agreement A235300-5. Councilman Schreiber, the floor is yours.
So I guess, thank you. First off, yeah, I was going to mention that I really appreciate all the value engineering that went into this, and I know, staff's been working really hard on this. Has this work also been done?
Some has,
And obviously removing,
picnic shelter has been removed. The pipes have been painted. Yes, that had to be done because the pipes had to go up and the company that was doing that work was here like a few weeks ago. That's the sprinkler system, to be clear.
Sure.
The concrete pad for the HVAC system has been poured because the HVAC work had to be done. A lot of this stuff, unfortunately, construction just doesn't move at the pace of city government. When we have 3 weeks between council meetings, we're having to go to the mayor for preliminary change orders to make sure that these invoices get paid and that construction happens. Because if we hold things up,
Costs a lot of money.
yeah, the costs just balloon even more. And I mean, yeah. So yeah, a lot of this work has been done. Some of it hasn't. The athletic surfacing, for example, that's to be done in September or October, I believe. The duct liner, that's a savings, obviously. Added duct supports. If we want to have HVAC in the building, we have to do these duct supports. And Maeve had a explanation for why that was added.
And
Oh
this-
yeah, again, a lot of this was based on cost estimates that went into our original budget 3 years ago, 2.5, 3 years ago. And then, so the way that this contract works is Geno is our general contractor, right? So we had a contract with Geno, but we don't go out and solicit all the bids for the subcontractors. Geno handles that. The landscaping is an example of a subcontractor bid that Geno went out and got, and it's too high. So we are pulling that off of Geno's scope of work, and we're going to do it ourselves. We have to go out now and find subcontractors to do the landscaping work because it's simply, it was $75,000 above what was budgeted 3 years ago for the landscaping. The duct work, the HVAC system was one of those. The original budget included a compacted gravel pad for the HVAC system. when
Mr.
they put it
Welker,
out
can I
to
just
bid.
interrupt for a second? Because we do have some audience members here that are,
Sure.
I just want to emphasize that this all still falls within that, what we talked about a month ago with the reallocation of those funds from the dog park and the boat launch. The big project, the big number is still what we presented to you,
Actually,
2 meetings ago.
correction, Mr. Mayor, the James E. Russell project is still currently not drawing from any other park
Okay,
capital
thank
improvement
you.
funds.
Great.
We're purely we're
Working at
getting,
interest.
we have to deliver this within the principal plus interest, which
So
will
it's
ultimately be around $8.2 million, depending on, we're expecting around another 35 to 50,000 in interest earnings between now and October. So trust me, every day we're like, what are our interest earnings, Sarah? Where's Sarah? She's probably sick of, she's probably sick of us asking, how much are we gonna earn in interest? Because we have more invoices coming in that we have to pay. So,
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Charlie.
I could understand why you would think that that was where I was going with all of this, but it wasn't.
oh, actually, I was responding to the mayor there.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause I was actually correcting the mayor. 'Cause
I'm sorry, Councilman. Frederick. My bad.
You're forgiven for thinking that's where I was going. I was actually concerned, and I'd raised these concerns about 6 months ago about the HVAC system. But if it's already installed, then I guess there's nothing to be done about it. So
Yeah.
I don't have any further.
Okay.
With that, I would entertain a motion to approve item 6 on consent, proposed resolution, Fifth Amendment change order number 5. Agreement with Geno Construction for Travis Park Phase 1, agreement A235300-5.
So moved.
Moved by Dick,
Second.
second by Rule. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Sprow,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
In order to get this done, yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Rule.
Move
Yes.
on.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Yes.
All right, the final item on the agenda is an executive session. I will now entertain a motion to convene in executive session. Everyone's bladder okay for a couple more minutes? We're gonna do that here, Councilman Dick. Pursuant to Idaho Code Section 74-2061-C to acquire an interest in real property not owned by a public agency. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Rule, second by Dick. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Sprow.
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber.
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Dick.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you very much. We will be remaining here and members of the public, if you could depart except for the 3 gentlemen in the third row.
Can we have a quick little break?
What's that?